May 28th meeting of the Reading Conservation Commission. And it being 7:05 by my clock, I wanted to open the business of the request for determination of applicability 14-8 Dividends Meadow, map 50, lot 25, Hennings. Sarah, you are here. Would you like to?
Just remind us of what you're doing.
Yep. Actually, before you is anybody from the commission recusing themselves at this time? Because you should
Oh,
probably-
yes.
Yeah, I guess.
You should probably do that.
Oh, yeah.
At
Sit in
this
the
point.
audience?
Sit in the audience. Actually, theoretically, you have to sit out in the hall.
Supposed to be.
What?
Yeah, because the AG says you can't
They didn't make me
influence
do that.
anything.
10 years ago.
You can't even make funny faces.
Well, that was you.
So, we have two members
It wasn't just
recusing
me.
themselves. Two members recusing themselves because they are on the Trails Committee, which is the applicant for this particular request for determination, so, thank you. So, go ahead and, welcome, and please present your project.
So I'm building a bridge. I'm replacing the bridge at the Cranberry Dam Trail, and we're bamming in posts to create.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've seen
We've
this.
seen it, so-
We've got drawings, so
Seen it.
we're all set.
So that it's more stable than it was before, and we're using better wood and Trex decking, so it'll last a lot longer. I just had some questions real quick, if I could ask them.
Please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I was wondering, after I dismantled, like my troop and I dismantled the old bridge, where could we put it for the DPW to pick it up and dispose of it?
We wish Will
Well,
was here.
there is, the DPW is going to drop a load of packs, which is kind of gravel. There is a
Fork in the trail.
there's a fork in the trail,
Trailhead
and
kiosk.
First
off
trail.
at the trailhead, there is what looks like a branch structure. It looks like a house built out of sticks.
You've seen that, haven't you?
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
uphill of the,
Just uphill of that, there's a branch in this trail which is not a trail, it's just a path to that. I believe the PAX is going to be there, and if you drop it there, they can pick it up.
Okay.
Because they can get that far, we know that.
essentially the entrance point off the trail to that lean-to branched structure. The entrance point, I believe, is going to be the place
PAX.
where a lot of the fill material that's going to be added to that trail is gonna be stored. Do you know where that is? Do you know what,
Yeah.
the location? Okay.
I was wondering what I can use, so how the bridge looks right now, since it's 4 feet wide and it's a lot wider than the existing bridge, it overhangs off the trail since the trail is a curve almost. So I was wondering what I can use to infill that, or if just, now that you mentioned the gravel, if we could just use that.
Well, the Trails Committee is going to build up the trail. So what I would suggest you do is talk to the Trails Committee about who's gonna go where and end what at which. There's no use having you do it if the Trails Committee do it, and so on.
Any official representatives of the Trails Committee here? Yeah, do you wanna speak to that?
You build the bridge, we'll bring the pack up to you.
Alright,
Thanks.
and my last question is, to get the bridge initially into the woods, since it is very heavy, if we'd be able to drive a pickup truck through where the trail is wide up until where it gets thinner.
You mean that same place where we just talked about leaving the, yeah, I think that'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it, beyond that, it's, you get,
Yeah, you can't
you
get.
really can't, because it's too steep and too narrow. But I think up to that point, if we can trust the DPW to get there, we can trust you to get there.
I'm sure you've already thought about this, and it's probably one of your criteria, but just, when you're in there next to the stream, that's a very sensitive environment. And just be careful that you don't tramp in the wet area any more than you absolutely have to. No soil goes in as you tear apart the old bridge, none of the old bridge goes in there. That you don't take in any trash or candy wrappers or anything like that. I'm sure that's part of your
Yeah.
mantra, but just make your colleagues aware of that also. It's very sensitive.
Okay, any other questions? No? Any other questions from the public, just at this point? No? Mr. Mon?
I just wanted to move that we issue a negative determination for RDA 14-4 Dividends Meadow Bridge.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay,
Unanimous, Chuck.
unanimous. And I assume that this also includes the trail.
No, that's a second.
Oh, that's the second one, okay, sorry.
That's the
Okay.
order of conditions, 270, 568.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. So we've got the bridge. Now let's talk about the trail.
There'll be a few mosquitoes down there, so.
Yeah, we've been down there enough to know.
Don't discourage him.
Okay.
But he's not discouraged, he's building a bridge.
Okay, let's take up the matter of the order of conditions 270-568, Town Forest Trail work discussion.
Okay.
Just, oh, careful there. Just for the record, state your name and,
Tom Gardner, Chairman of the Trail Committee.
thank you.
Well, when Noah gets done with the bridge, we propose to level and widen the trail. As you all out there yesterday, it's not a really person-centered trail. So what we propose to do is put cribbing on one side, put geotextured cloth, and then backfill with pack. 80 feet on the town forest side, 30, 35 feet on the woodland side.
Okay.
Do you know
This
the?
is basically what we're gonna be using, this is the pack.
Oh, thanks. I'd like to see that.
Is that what Will brought also?
That was
Do you know approximately how many cubic yards of? 6. So, you bring them in by pickup truck to that same fork or what?
DPW delivery down the block, from there we got
Wheelbarrows, is that what you mean?
Strong backs.
Don back, hopefully the boys will help.
Okay. And just to reiterate, you said 80 feet on the town forest side and about 30? Okay.
Give or take. We're gonna put enough down the leave the roots. We'll leave there, so.
Okay.
If you have to cover them, I don't think that's a problem with an inch or so. I don't think that'd be a problem.
And we will notch the cribbing around. I mean, when we have to.
Okay. So is there, please remind me, is there an existing order of conditions that this work is covered under? And that's the order of conditions that's mentioned here?
Yeah, Kim Hunter-Schlager was the GIS coordinator, and I work with the Trails Committee. So they're requesting permission to do this under the standing order of conditions. We call it informally the townwide trails permit. It's DEP 270-568, RGB 2000-36, which was put together specifically for the sorts of routine trail projects that scouts do or other volunteers the Trails Committee does, to give, I think, a sense, and your commission, a sense of when we can get, you know, when we're permitted under this and when we need to go through a bigger hoop.
Yeah.
And it allows, fill and rebuild on an existing trail and rebuilding structures on an existing trail. states that for the sort of thing we're doing, we need to come to you. There's a lesser category, like trimming branches, where it states that we don't even need to come before you. But this one we clearly do. And so the Trails Committee is asking permission to, for this project that Tom's just described, to come under this order of conditions.
When does that expire, Kim?
7 years from 2009, Chuck?
Next year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's gonna be coming up soon, within a year to redo this. But, I mean, me and Kim both looked at this, it seems to be pretty clearly written, because we didn't understand it, and the Trails Committee may not have understood. What seems to be asked for here is the fact that we're notified during certain projects. So it's almost like getting a filing without notifying the abutters or paying fees.
Right.
But everything else, they come into the commission, and then when it's here, you decide whether you need more details on the pack material, or how they're gonna fill it, or where this area is, and make a determination at that point how to move from there. In the town forest, there usually are no abutters to any of the projects, so it works out fine, but another place may have abutters, and you may decide that this doesn't work, and people should know about a project going on for a new trail or something, so.
Does it just cover town land, or any land where there's a designated trail?
It says it applies to
Yeah.
could apply to private
Right.
property as well.
And just
Same
out of
rules.
curiosity, how come Noah's project didn't fall under that?
My personal opinion is it should have. I think that the Trails Committee probably didn't know this document well enough. It was sort of this theoretical townwide trail permit, and I don't think your commission knew the document quite well enough. Yeah, my apologies to Noah, but I think he could have easily have come to you at least as a first step and said, I'd like your permission to work under this
Yeah.
order of conditions, my opinion.
Well, he learned more by having you go through the RDA process.
You're right.
Yeah, we don't charge you for the extra education.
I think Noah's project we would have needed the details anyway.
Right, sure.
I mean, if you're not gonna fill out the form, describing the project, you're gonna have to fill out another page somewhere, telling us what's going on with
Right,
some
sure.
pictures
So we have a
and
record
whatnot.
and so.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't need the newspaper ad and all that.
That's right.
Okay. Any other questions about this, or?
From the
Comments?
public?
Yes, any other questions or comments from the public at this point? No?
I move we approve this under the existing order of conditions to restore and the trail through Dividends Meadow.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Forrest?
Kim, could you tell our two members they can come out of
Make
the
sure they're
corner?
back.
Come back out of the woodshed.
Thank you.
How are you, Lou?
Okay, we have a continued notice of intent for 364 Lowell Street. Just get my script. Okay, the public hearing for notice of intent, 207-0620, is now reopened and being conducted concurrently under the authority of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, and the Reading General Bylaws, Section 5.7. The hearing will be conducted in the following manner. The applicant will present the proposal. The commission will receive reports from its administrator, technical advisors, and other town departments. The commission will address questions and comments to the applicant. The public will then be given the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, which should be directed to the chair. Please give your name and address before your comments and or questions are presented. An attendance sheet is in the back of the room. Please sign in. At this time, would the members of the Conservation Commission please introduce themselves, starting with Chuck.
Chuck Tironi, Conservation Administrator.
Terry Selly.
William Hack Senior.
Nika Scanlon, Chair.
Brian Sullivan, Vice Chair.
Jamie Maughan.
William Finch.
Okay, and
Good evening.
would you introduce yourself?
Yep, my name is Bill Manuel from Wetlands and Land Management in Danvers, Mass. And the applicant, David Jameson, is here as well. And it's been a while since we've seen you because we've taken some time off to investigate the areas on the property that were suspected to be vernal pools. We began that investigation sometime back in late March. And one day Chuck, Will, and I were on site wading through the pools. Another day, Will and I were on site, I think twice, 2 additional times. I was there solo 2 additional times. I'm not sure, Will, if you've made it any other times without me or whatever, but, and then we were visited and did sort of more of a casual inspection with Jamie and Will about a week and a half ago. The results of the investigation, we did not find any egg masses of any obligate invertebrate species. We didn't find much of any activity other than mosquito larvae. I think Chuck did find one dead wood frog. Other than the chorusing that Will recorded early on, there was no other evidence that obligate vernal pool species or much of anything else was actually using this area on site as a breeding area, as a vernal pool breeding area. What we did discover in our intensive review, and I will say it was fairly intensive, at least on the first day during the prime egg mass season, I think we had a collective of 8 person hours wading through the pool to scour not only the pool on site, but the area that's off-site adjacent to the MBTA tracks, and then even back up gradient to the conservation land on the other side of Plymouth Road. So I think we've scoured that area sufficiently, and we can come to a reasonable conclusion that this is not a significant breeding area. I can't explain why Will heard chorusing early on, but we didn't see any breeding activity. It could be that they were waking up, they may have overwintered there, because this, as the season goes on, this becomes less of a pool area and more of a emergent marsh, shrub swamp type wetland, which is a preferred summer and overwintering habitat for common species wood frog, and they may have just been waking up and deciding we're here, but we're moving on someplace else. And granted, there is more suitable areas across the tracks or even on the conservation land, areas that probably have much better water quality than what we experience here on site. Nika, you were there also when we did walk up to the head wall at Lowell Street, and we observed that there is a direct discharge to this intermittent stream area. We observed a dramatic delta of sediment that's accumulated really all the way down, I mean in a significant manner, all the way down to flag A9. So from the head wall all the way down to this point, sediment was essentially at the surface. And you can see the effects of it moving down through this wetland area. It's vegetation, a lot of it's purple loosestrife. If it was a shrub swamp, it is progressing now to more of an emergent marsh, and if the untreated sediment growth continues, it will become more of a stagnant wetland than anything else. We also saw some large piles of debris, landscaping debris that the neighbors have put in the wetland. So we discovered it was also being used as a dumping area. That brings us to the issue of the last time we were all together. We discussed the need for waivers in certain areas of the site. And we of course wanted to have an informed decision, an informed discussion on the waivers. Mr. Heck suggested that we need to really come to some come to grips about whether this area is a productive vernal pool site or not. And I think we're at that point. The commission members can all make their own opinions, but my opinion is that it's not a significant or productive vernal pool site. So what we would like to get accomplished tonight is revisit the question of waivers in specific areas of the site. And once we get answers to those questions, then we can move forward. And we know we have to tweak the plan. The DEP has requested some minor revisions to our drainage scenarios, so we know we have to tweak plans, but once we get some direction, we'd like to, jump in backing with 2 feet. Now I identified the areas that needed the waivers, and they of course were for this garage addition on lot 1. There was some excavation that occurred within BMP 1 on lot 1 as well. And there's a portion of the road that extended into the 25 node zone of natural vegetation and also the 35 zone. And so we did prepare an alternatives analysis for each of those areas. I went over that. If you'd like me to recover that ground, I will, but if you have any questions, I think my written submission was detailed, and we did talk about that at length. We looked at alternatives. We could, we feel that our proposed project is a reasonable use of this land, and the waivers that we're requesting are minor. We did suggest some positive mitigation that could be provided, and if the commission were to vote on the waivers, I'm sure they will want to have a discussion on the appropriate mitigation, but the mitigation was to remove some historical fill, and in one area in particular that was creating a bottleneck. We walked to that area, we saw that the channel was perhaps only 2 feet wide at best, but that is historic fill that has done 2 things. It's constricting the water flow through that area, and number 2, it probably is the cause of the knotweed infestation on the site. So we would not only remove this historic fill in this area, but then also attack the knotweed and eradicate that. It's a small enough colony that we can completely eradicate it. It may take a few years, but I'm confident that we can certainly do that. And we feel that that would be appropriate mitigation, not only for the project, but also for the community as well, because it will increase water flow, decrease flooding potential for neighboring properties, and as far as invasive species, it will eradicate a source of exporting of seed supply downstream. So we hope that you consider our request for waiver favorably, and I guess I'll quit talking and let you get to your work.
Okay, are there any questions just right off the bat? Otherwise, I was going to focus in on one particular issue. Yes.
I'd like to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
You couldn't see his.
I just want the record to show that I've emailed Chuck that I too heard Cora sing, and I don't know what date that was, but you haven't emailed Chuck. My wife and I were out there. So it wasn't only Will in the record, I also heard Cora sing.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the vernal pool, and Brian, I need your help with this. Let me, other commissioners and Chuck, let me know if this is your understanding also regarding vernal pools. That vernal pools are protected under both the state Wetland Protection Act and the plan bylaws. The vernal pools are defined by the high water mark, and that there is a 100-foot area, vernal pool habitat, beyond the high water mark that warrants special protection. Under the state program, that special protection warranted to that additional 100 feet only applies if it's already some other resource area. However, under the TAN bylaws, we have the obligation to provide protection in that buffer zone, in that 100-foot area, because it's a buffer zone of a resource area. And if it's a vernal pool, we should use our judgment to give it extra protection beyond a buffer zone for vegetated, bordering vegetated wetland or bank or land, underwater. Is that everybody's interpretation? Brian, I know you did some research.
It was probably a month and a half ago. I can review the email, but I do recall that is pretty much what it said, but I can't say for certain without
Okay.
reviewing the email first.
Okay. So, just to summarize then, if that is a vernal pool, then areas beyond that, 100 feet, beyond that are vernal pool habitat, and it's up to us to use our discretion and judgment to provide it the protection warranted.
Jamie, when you say extra protection, does that mean more footage or?
No, not more footage, I'm thinking more,
Within that area.
but because with a vernal pool, more so than with some of these other resource areas, the biological resources of the vernal pool are dependent not only on the wet areas, but some upland areas, particularly as the amphibians metamorphosize and have to move into terrestrial areas. So we're looking for more maintenance of natural habitat than we would for land underwater or bordering vegetated wetlands. But there's no, to the best of my knowledge, there's no prescribed specific protection. It's up to us to use our judgment and take into account the value of the sensitivity of the vernal pool and other resource areas. Unlike a riverfront where you have basically 100 feet from the river, you basically can't do anything.
Yeah, Will?
In the past, it has been the presumption of the commission that if there's an undeveloped 100-foot buffer area around a vernal pool, then we do protect it to the full 100 feet. If there's already a house built in that area, there's not much we can do about it, and if they need an addition, we try to accommodate that. But in this situation, it's pretty much virgin land. I do want to state that I believe the wood frogs are using the upland habitat on this property. It looks exactly like the property up at where the town was proposing to build a water treatment plant in the town forest, right near the compost area. The white pine forest, Canada Mayflower growing on the ground, and when they were proposing that plant, they did a study that put up drift nets and buckets to catch animals during the spring migration, and the wood frogs were migrating out of the woods and into the vernal pool. So when I first came to this property, that just really struck me as the more logical explanation or analysis of what was happening on site. And also I think there's been an attempt to imply that this is a small or marginal vernal pool. Well, you have to decide whether it is or it isn't. And since we do have chorusing wood frogs, and according to personal correspondence with Leo Kenny, the recording that he heard that I made is enough for him to also agree that it is a functioning breeding location for wood frogs. The previously certified vernal pool, which was along that wet ditch kind of along the railroad.
Immediately adjacent to the railroad?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is where they heard wood frogs before. I didn't actually hear them in that area. I did see them swimming in that water, and I think that's where we caught, or Chuck found the dead one. I did see them swimming in their closer ditch, which is directly connected with this, what I am characterizing as a vernal pool, vernal pool, which is around closest to flags A42 and 44. It's kind of a little
Will, for the notes, what did you see swimming in the closer ditch?
Oh, wood frogs were also swimming in the ditch which is connected to this, wet area on property.
There's a second ditch that has a little channel connecting the two.
Yeah, there's a channel connecting the two. So we've seen evidence of wood frogs in all three bodies of water. The one closest to the tracks, that smaller, the ditch that is connected to the wetland, around flags A44.
And the third, where's the third area? You've seen wood frogs, you said 3 areas, the
Well,
closest ditch.
It would be where I heard them chorusing,
Is that around A4?
or A40, A44, 42. The wetlands kind of hooks back around. This doesn't show the whole.
Just for the record again, I was on, because the homeowner allowed my wife and I to be on, what is labeled as their lot, 108, which is 23, Plymouth Road. And when you faced in the general direction of flags A36, A37 in that direction, you heard chorusing. If you did a 180, you didn't hear any chorusing, and since most human ears are cupped out, meant to not warn us of things behind us, but things ahead of us, I too would say that there was definitely chorusing from that area.
This shows
My
it.
wife went to the tune of looking on the website, has a voice chorus, and she too verified that she heard what she believed was wood frogs based on.
So you said flag A37 is where?
Yeah, if you look at the map, the plot, I was on lot 108, the Russell's property, and I was facing in the general direction, sort of towards A36, A37. When you did a 180, you didn't hear them. When you did face in that direction, you heard them. And we were there for about 20, 25 minutes. And I too observed that people were waiting around, didn't find anything, although we had a huge cold spell between the chorusing sessions that both Will and I experienced and the time we were out looking for egg masses.
So, Bill, you and Will feel that that entire area bound by basically starting in flag A1 all the way down to A44 is the approximate boundary of a vernal pool?
I would say that what I heard was in the vicinity of A37, A39, A40. That I didn't, when I turned 90 degrees from that direction towards, say, A31, I didn't hear chorus, except in the ear that was facing the other way.
I think it's conceivable that the wetland, as you were describing, Jamie, all the way up to A4, was at one point a vernal pool and has functioned one in the past. I didn't hear any wood frogs in this area,
Right.
and because of the degradation of the road runoff, it's not nearly as ideal as the area down around flag A40. But certainly, as far as flag A32 to A31, that is a contiguous pool in which the frogs were chorusing. So
if we took just, let's say, A30 as the upstream end of the vernal pool, then, and if we said 100 feet, that would mean that lot 3, the house at lot 3 would be within that area, and the cul-de-sac would be in that area.
yeah. Yes.
But the 100-foot line seems to disappear. Let's see where it goes. But it appeared that the house on lot, which one?
Lot 2, it's labels down there.
Oh, lot 2 would be in, lot 3 would not be in it. Lot 4 would not be in it.
Well,
See
a
that
portion
100
of it. Do you see the
that
green dashed
100-foot
line?
Oh, it's green, it goes
The
from
green
red to
dash,
green.
yeah.
okay.
Do you see
Oh, I
the,
see,
do you
okay.
see the green
Yeah.
dash line?
Okay, a portion of the lot 4 home would be, but lot 3 would not, and of course the new garage would be, or would not be. Okay,
I do have my definition if you wanna hear it now.
oh, thank you.
It was in October, so that just goes to show you how many months ago. So the state law basically says that the vertical habitat is defined in part to include the area within 100 feet of the mean annual boundaries of such depressions to the extent that such habitat within an area is subject to protection under the Wetland Protection Act. However, it only applies if that area is under protection. So it has to be already in a buffer zone. Let's say a vegetated wetland buffer zone or the riverfront. So it technically doesn't have, by the state definition,
Habitat,
a 100-foot buffer zone to the vernal pool, unless it's from another buffer zone. But when we define buffer zones in the local code, local regulations rather, we go so far to say that all, any activity proposed or undertaken within 100 feet of all areas specified above, except for land subject to flooding. And we define it as the area specified above included ponds, which is similar to the same definition with the state regulations. So even though the state regulations don't have a buffer zone, we do in the sense that because we refer to it that way in our regulations, so.
Right.
Plus, I mean, this area is 100 foot, within the 100-foot buffer of a bordering vegetated wetland. I don't think
Yes,
there's any
also,
question about
yes.
that. So.
So it says that the performance standards and restrictions for vernal pools is the same as the state. It would not include the buffer zone associated with vernal pools. But because we say that the vernal pools in Reading have a buffer zone, then I believe the performance standards do apply. So
Right.
that's what my research showed. and
Right.
was over.
So
Thank
if we applied, if we concluded that, that wetland bounded by a round flag A31 or so, was eligible or qualified as a vernal pool and applied our most stringent protection of the buffer zone, 100 feet, no build, then the house on lot 3 would be in violation. Excuse me, lot 2 would be in violation. The house on lot 3 would be close, but could possibly be moved to be out of it. 4 would be all right, and the garage would be all right.
Well,
But-
I
but
think
the
the
cul-de-sac
road is
also.
well.
And the cul-de-sac,
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely, the cul-de-sac,
Or,
yes.
you know,
But we would have to determine that that was a vernal pool first.
And we would have to also determine that flag A31 is specifically the upper limits of that.
Right.
And I don't think we've determined that at this point.
Yeah,
Well-
that
well-
would be very difficult to determine an upper limit of a vernal pool,
Well,
because usually a
I'm
vernal
just-
pool is a, by definition, isolated area and doesn't have an upper limit.
Right, right. So,
well, I flagged that, I mean, you'd have to delineate the mean annual high water, what can be found to be the
Right.
high water there.
Yeah, but the
Alright.
mean high water goes all the way up to Lowell Street.
Right,
Mean annual boundaries of such depressions is the
definition.
definition, yep.
you know, at this point, in order to, declare it a resource area, we would, officially, as a commission, everyone would need to make a decision as to whether or not they agree that it meets the criteria necessary to certify it as a vernal pool.
Mhm.
That is our bylaw definition.
Right.
And so, at this point going forward, I'm not a big fan procedurally of straw polls, but I would entertain, everybody stating their opinion at this point as to whether or not they believe sufficient evidence has been put forth to declare a vernal pool is present somewhere in the vicinity of flags A40, you know, with no clear limit defined at this point.
Right.
But I'd like to, I think in order to proceed with this application, with the request that the applicant has put forth to us, we need to
Mhm.
make that decision and go forward, so.
Prior to doing that, can I ask for a refresher on the previous certification of any vernal pools in this area? What was there originally? I know there was some stuff near here, but I don't know that there was.
Yeah.
My knowledge about this is that if you walked the area between this wetland and the tracks.
Yes, and over the
Okay,
tracks and on the other side of the
so
tracks.
you understand that there's this wetland, there's a quasi-channel, there's
Right.
a hummock, there's
Right.
another quasi-channel that is connected to a culvert that goes under the tracks to Austin Pratt.
Right.
At this point, I think the previously certified vernal pool was, and please correct me, was in the channel adjacent to the railroad tracks.
On this side.
On this,
On-
on
Yeah.
on this property's side.
On this property side.
No, on the,
On this side of the
Yes.
tracks.
Yes,
on this side of the
track.
track.
That's what I mean.
As a matter of
Yeah,
fact,
yeah.
I think on a map, and I don't know how accurate the pinpointing of it was, I believe it
Generally
was
not.
even close to the end of Dustin, but
Yes.
that it was connected to, it's that channel that is
Right.
connected to.
Yeah.
It's the same
Madam Chairman,
channel that is there.
Let me shed some light on that, because I did get the data from Natural Heritage, and they did show me where in fact the evidence was presented. It's true, if you go to the website, the little dot is shown at the end of Dustin, that's not it.
They're notoriously inaccurate. They are.
Right.
Plymouth Road here,
Right.
it's the opposite side of Plymouth Road. It's in the conservation land, this
You're
side
saying
of the
it's-
tracks.
You're saying it's southeast of the houses on Plymouth Road.
That's right.
Do you have that documentation?
I
Do you
have it
happen
with
to
me
have it?
tonight.
Yeah.
Is it
I have that.
immediately adjacent to Lowell Street?
The
is-
conservation
No,
area is.
There are two. One is adjacent to Lowell Street, conservation land adjacent to Lowell Street, and the second one is back down by the tracks on the opposite side, behind the home on the southerly side of Plymouth Road.
Oh,
That was also verified not by discovery of any egg masses, but by some chorusing. I won't minimize the efforts of the person who certified it, but it was the documentation was actually submitted by a student, who submitted that, Mr. Kenny heard chorusing there.
but that pool, I'm guessing is quite a bit more than 100 feet from this property boundary.
And there's an important distinction there
Is
as
that
well.
correct, Bill?
It would be, but there's another important distinction in that a vernal pool has to be a confined depression. And for those of us that were out there, it is, it's.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It just has to have no fish. The point is that, and we looked at this very carefully, vernal pools can be connected, because in fact, you can have interconnected vernal pools. The fact that there is flow at some point or another between the vernal pools, it's really a question of whether it's a breeding site or not. And I believe that certainly under our local bylaw, we take the view that we're attempting to protect all vernal pools. Okay, and, you know, I don't believe that the issue of connectedness obtains. That's our interpretation. It's not necessarily the state's interpretation, but as I read your research, whether a pool is connected or not, has an inlet or an outlet, as long as there's no breeding fish population, it can be a vernal pool.
Let me ask another question. For those who heard chorusing, where were you standing when you heard the chorusing?
Yeah, I was,
On Plymouth.
I was standing behind a house on Plymouth Road. If you look at the map with the drainage, existing conditions,
You bet.
I was at the Russell's property, which is map 26, lot 108.
Right here. You were about, so you're on the,
I was on the
Flat
lot 107 side of the property,
okay,
and I was facing towards flag A36.
Okay, so it's not likely that that was coming from behind you.
I repeat what I said earlier, when you did a 180, you did not hear them.
Yeah, this plan shows a little better the pool area, because this is where the frogs were chorusing in here, so it's behind 35 and 33. But I also saw, this cuts through it's connected through here to the water here, and there were frogs swimming in this area.
And you heard chorusing here,
Right
coming
here.
from this direction, not from this
Right,
direction.
yeah, I was behind these houses.
Okay.
Yeah, that was very clear. And I have
Okay.
a recording which I can play, if you like. With some, documentation on the recording of who recorded it and when and where.
And Will and I were out on different dates, okay, so it was not one sighting with the three of us in one place at the same time. Will was out, I think, a day or two before I was, and I went down of an evening to listen.
And also Chuck has the electronic version, or,
And that's the one you sent around?
yes.
Mr. Monk?
In response to your question about a straw poll,
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay.
I'll cast my straw or tell you qualitatively what I think. I think that within that area, between somewhere between Plymouth Road and the property in question, there are enough vernal pool characteristics for it to be considered under vernal pool protection under our bylaws. However, I have a lot of trouble defining the limits of that vernal pool, and I have even more trouble accepting the fact that that vernal pool goes all the way up to
Right.
Lowell Street.
Well, that'll be the next step. I mean,
Well, I concur with you.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But we have some rough concept of where it definitely is, and we have some rough concept of where it definitely isn't. We don't know that dividing line in between, if there is one at all. And I agree with your opinion.
What was the area you were standing in when you recorded?
Behind
Russell's.
33 and 37.
35, 33 and 35.
Is that at the end of the street?
Yeah.
Is that the
we're
end
at
of
the
the
end.
Yeah, because this is maps and lots, not
Lot
addresses.
numbers or flag numbers?
Well, it's street number.
The street numbers, the last house on the street, the Nolte's house is 35.
Oh, I thought you were talking about flag numbers.
Well, I have it at certain points, but
We have it.
when I
Oh.
say flag, I say flag. I mean
Okay,
flag,
all
I
right,
say
all right,
flag.
all
So you were adjacent to the railroad track? basically.
No,
Will
well-
was.
He was.
Will
You
was-
weren't.
was
Will was
closer to
here.
the railroad.
Right, he was closer to the railroad
Yeah.
track. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was not.
Right.
You were
Bill was
coming-
Way up, right.
Was some coming north from where you were, or is it coming from
From north, yeah. I mean,
further up this way?
as I said, this plan here is the best. It shows the area where they were calling from, which is,
Yeah, and
It's not quite on.
Again, I can't identify
I mean,
any more closely
The
than
tracks are right here, right?
yeah.
the angle that I was aiming at.
I was just trying to ascertain that we're confident that it's not coming from the other direction.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm very
I'm quite
confident.
confident it's
'Cause
not
they're-
coming from we actually crossed the road and
Okay.
went to the other side of Plymouth Road, didn't hear it.
So at this point, what is your opinion?
My opinion is that there is a breeding population of wood frogs in there, which by my understanding says it's a vernal pool. I again am troubled by the fact that I can't tell you exactly where, I can't tell you, it did not appear to come from, further towards Lowell Street, it appeared to come from this end of the property. That would be my take.
Well, I'm very sure where it was coming from. And it was in the area bounded by, specifically by flags closest to A39 to A44, and then B1 to B5. There's the B line
Right.
on there, which,
Yeah, they're interconnected, by the way.
but that's,
Just through culvert, Ryan Culvert, I believe.
well, no.
No,
This one.
This is connected here.
right.
this is not where the culvert is further down
Right.
that way.
They're interconnected by water flow, Jamie.
B and A wetlands?
Yeah, there's a hummock
That's the hummock
between the
there.
A flags and the B flags.
But at some point they
But
merge.
at some place, no.
They merge right here.
They merge right there. They currently merge. There is a hummock that separates
Yeah.
the B flags and the A flags, but the water flow goes between them.
And then there's a separate, and then there's
Another
a
one there,
road here,
closer to the.
and then another one there closer to the railroad.
So what you're saying, you heard them in two different areas then?
No,
In the
No,
B-
I've seen them in two different
Okay,
Right.
because we have that
areas.
B1, B5, then you
Right.
have the 839.
but what I'm saying is, you gotta remember, these are wetland flags,
Yeah.
and the water flow is this way.
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody else wanna put forth their opinion? So we've heard from Bill, myself, and Jamie. Terry, have you developed an opinion
Just the
about
impression I'm
this?
getting that since Bill and Will both heard them, it seems that both of them heard them in that same area here. And I don't know about the B area, but my impression is that what Bill and Will heard from two different directions were both in that area around 837, 39.
Okay, Will?
Um,
Okay, I know where you stand, but.
Yeah, I agree with Jamie. I'm not sure the extent of the functioning vernal pool. I'm sure at one point was functioning all the way up to Lowell Street, but, and it also seemed obvious that, to me, that wood frogs will move around from one specific area in a general wetland area to another. This is the area that they've chosen now. So like I say, you can't say it's sort of a vernal pool, or either it is or it isn't. And I worked on the Massachusetts Herp Atlas project back in the late '90s. It was a 5-year project to try and locate all reptiles and amphibians in Massachusetts, and so I did. I spent a lot of nights out recording frogs at vernal pools and other locations, and so what I heard very clearly was a functioning vernal pool.
Okay. Brian, did you wanna put your opinion forth, or?
Well, I mean, I think like everybody else says, that, there's insufficient evidence to determine the extents. And, given, and I remember specifically that, the coursing ceased after a very cold night. And that might have had an effect on the reason why it was short, the duration was short. And I don't know if it's related to the dead wood frog that was found, or, but, I think that, given the notes that I've seen, I'm certainly not amphibian person, but, given the evidence that I've seen and heard, and based on the requirements that are the standards that are set, then, I would say that it's based on that evidence that it would be considered a vernal pool.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Moore?
Having listened to my colleagues taking the straw poll one straw farther, I think that I could be convinced to support with proper mitigation a variance for the garage on lot 1 and for some type of water quality BMP, best management practices facility, grant a variance for those two. However, I'm reluctant to grant a variance for the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
Can I just interject here?
Yes, Mr. Mead.
The whole issue, I wanted to allow Mr. Mullen and Mr. Sullivan to continue their points with respect to your bylaw and how you define the vernal pool habitat. And I've read your bylaw. Your bylaw does not mention the word vernal pool. I've read your regulations, and your regulations define vernal pool habitat very clearly as having the same performance standards and regulations as that as a 310 CMR 10.0 plus the NISA regulations. And if you were to apply your regulations, the definitions in your regulations, I think you were accurate with your description of the Wetlands Protection Act regulations and the vernal pool habitat up to a point where you said it also includes buffer zone. It's very specific. It only includes a resource area, not a buffer zone to a resource area. So it's my contention after reading the regulations that your regulations meant to follow 310 CMR. They're very specific when you define vernal pool habitat. And I'm not comfortable presenting that case because I get it becomes a sort of a fine point of law, if you will. So before we progress on deciding what variances are appropriate based on vernal pools, I think I'd be more comfortable continuing the meeting tonight, and I'd like to study that and perhaps bring in somebody who is more comfortable in discussing that.
One thing we did do, and we did this quite consciously, was to revisit the regulations when we reread the state regulations before they were approved and put in the phrase that our local bylaw regulations do in fact include a 100-foot protected zone for vernal pools. Contrary to the state, we strengthened what the state had listed. Because one of the things we did when we rewrote the regulations was we wanted to ensure that we did not weaken the local bylaw. We spent an enormous amount of time looking at that. When we reviewed what we had initially drafted, we decided to insert the additional 100-foot. So that was certainly what we had expected to do.
Can I'm sorry, are you finished?
Well, yeah.
Okay. I just wanna, I'd be happy to show this to you. This is the regulations, and, you know, I wish it were more explicitly stated, but regulations being what they are, things get a bit, spoken in one spot and then referenced in another and then spoken in another, and I'm sure you know how challenging it is to connect the dots and see how your project fits in that scheme.
And these are the regulations dated, I think, what, October
The-
2011?
Well, I've
Because
got the
we did-
regulations from November 2012, which is the most recent.
Or a year late.
And the areas subject to protection under the bylaw, the resource area, does include, it does list pond, and then it says in parentheses, including vernal pool. So we consider a vernal pool a resource area, and then, this is in the general provisions, the jurisdiction section,
Yeah,
just,
I'm familiar
and then,
with that.
yeah, and then just two more down, the activities within the buffer zone, it says any activity proposed or undertaken within 100 feet of all areas specified above, except land subject to flooding. Or if that area is likely to alter an area subject to protection, is subject to regulation. And in, you know, the spirit of what we've done in the past, and what the regulations were before we, you know, the precedent that has been on this commission, it's pretty much our understanding that the 100-foot buffer zone is 100 feet from the vernal pool, regardless of the state definition of the protection zone,
I
that
agree with
buffer
that.
zone.
I agree with the
So-
fact that there is a buffer zone to the vernal pool that directs a person that's doing any activity within that buffer to file. But later on in your regulations, you're pretty specific about what vernal pool habitat is. And it mimics the state 310 CMR 10.0.
Yeah, we actually refer to it, if I remember correctly.
But
We s-
we do have discretion to protect the first 100 feet even of
Bordering
a
vegetated
bordering
wetlands.
vegetated wetland, and
I agree,
So
but it
it's
has to
kind
be
of a double
consistent
section.
with other projects.
And it is consistent
And it
with
is.
all the other projects we've
Yeah.
approved in this town.
Yeah.
It is absolutely consistent. We have consistently been on the commission for 11 years, okay? And over those 11 years, and in the preceding 20, because I reviewed many of the vernal pool situations since they keep coming back,
we have consistently drawn a 100-foot circle around the vernal pool and consider that to be a protected area. That is the consistency.
I mean,
This
I
is not
think-
an exception,
And
that's
probably,
our consistency.
probably the two most stark examples of that are the vernal pool in Strawberry Lane and the water treatment plant down in the Tan Forest.
Right.
They actually had to
Move the water.
abandon the water treatment
treatment
plant
plant.
because it was within 100 feet of the vernal pool.
I
Cost
think,
the town $26 million, but.
I think the way to
Still costs them.
proceed now is to vote on the waiver.
Actually, I've asked for a
That's-
continuance, so I would like to continue the meeting.
Are there any objections from the
Yes.
commission?
I don't object. If we can get some more information, it will make my job
Yeah.
easier in making the
I
vote.
agree, I agree.
I don't need any more information, I think it's a stalling tactic.
Well,
I take
If the,
issue to a stalling tactic. We've delayed the meeting so that we can investigate fully the presence of this vernal pool. I appreciate that the commission has come to a decision on that. I think it's very important that we're allowed to present our case with respect to your bylaw your regulations. I don't think it's a stalling tactic whatsoever. These
But you've
people
had
have a
plenty
lot
of time.
on the line. I think
You've gotten the drift of this
inappropriate for you
commission,
to-
you've gotten the drift of this commission for over 2 months at least. You should have been prepared at this point to make your case. And I think you've tried and failed in terms of the bylaw.
Nevertheless, I'm asking for a continuance.
I think failure to grant a continuance would be wrong. I'm not sure I can be convinced, and I will tell you this up front. I'm not sure you will change my mind, but I'm only one member of the commission. But I think failure to issue a continuance would be inappropriate.
To bring it to a head, I move we continue the hearing for 364 Lowell Street, 270-0620 until our next meeting, which is June
13th, I think.
June 13th.
Hold on, wait a minute. No, it's June 11th.
June 11th.
June 11th, will we have a quorum on that date?
I won't be here.
I will be here.
As far as I know, I'll be
I
there.
should be here.
I should be.
Okay.
9 million projects to do.
All those in,
We need a second.
is there a
Second.
second? Okay, all those in favor of continuing? Okay, unopposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Daniel? Okay, so,
Does the public get any say?
Oh,
we have
Shucks.
continued, we have continued the hearing.
We'll be back at it.
Okay.
we should have asked for comments.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I apologize for that.
I think we
can't
could
reopen
take,
it.
we could still let the public speak.
I'm more than happy to hear what the public has to say on the matter.
I'm Cynthia Hanson and I live on
Thank you.
Plymouth Road. I just feel like we're being sucked along here. He's made his case, you've done your research, you've come up with an answer in your minds. Now to continue it again, I think it's just belaboring the subject. We need to come to some end to this.
Okay.
Sorry, that's my feeling.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else from the public who wants to speak on this? I'm sorry?
Second that.
Okay. Okay, can you stand up please and just say your name and address?
Sure, Melissa Russell, 23 Plymouth Road. A lot of people have been in my driveway in my backyard, and thank you for that. If there's any other information I can provide about foresting, it's something I listen to every night. And variety of species foresting in my yard and beyond. And today we have a new clutch of baby ducks in the yard. So if there's any more information I can provide about water and concern about flooding or animal species, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this matter? Okay, hearing none, thank you. Move on to the next hearing.
Who seconded the continuance?
I did.
You did.
I see the writing on the wall.
by the chorus and wetlands.
What's that?
Down by the chorus and wetlands.
Well, Brian, thank you for your.
No, I didn't, I just,
Presentation of the sidewalk.
I know you get a lot on your plate, but if I don't get that letter written before the
So,
we have no way.
yeah,
And I- you know, I
so
don't-
review
I
tonight.
don't want to not vote on
Well, thanks for coming.
Sorry, I can't
Are
stay.
you,
Brian, thank you.
I've gotta go, I've got a
okay,
meeting just submittal on Friday.
thanks,
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for having me.
all right,
It's tough when work gets in the way, huh?
all right.
Oh, brother, I know.
Okay, that cleared the house. Okay, at this point, let's discuss the notice of intent for 303 Salem Street, map 23, lot 20, and Lynn Farms. So this is a new notice of intent. Let me just pull it out. We will now undertake the hearing for notice of intent. Is there a number for this, Chuck?
the website was down this afternoon, do you have one? Did you get the number?
I didn't have the number. I know that the EP hasn't issued any comments yet.
Okay, well, I'll just read the address. So it's the notice of intent for 303 Salem Street, map 23, lot 20 and 21, Cumberland Farms. It's now open to being conducted concurrently under the authority of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Reading General Bylaws, Section 5.7. At this point, the applicant will present his proposal. The commission will receive reports and address questions to the applicant. The public will be given an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. You should be directed to the chair. Please give your name or address before the comments are presented. At this point, will you please sign in at the attendance sheet in the back of the room if you haven't already? And would the commission please introduce themselves, starting with
William Finch.
Jamie Mon.
Anika Scanlon, Chair.
William Heck, Senior.
Terry Selly.
Chuck Teroni, Administrator.
Thank you for signing in. And just for the record, would you please,
My name is Greg Avinia. I'm with Garofalo Associates. I'm professional engineering.
okay?
We represent Cumberland Farms. My first question, I guess, would be, can everyone see this? I know it's on glossy paper,
that's
so
fine.
sometimes it
That's
gets
fine.
some glare. The project that we're presenting is to expand the parking lot at Cumberland Farms. Right now, there's a fence that runs across the Cumberland Farms lot. There is an existing residence right here, and the Cumberland Farms, they're two separate fenced-off lots. And the proposal is to raise the existing residential structure and add 9 additional parking spaces to the Cumberland Farms and relocate the dumpster as well. There is some impact to the riverbank wetland from the adjacent Walker Brook. The majority of the impacts are due to an expansion of the fire lane behind the Cumberland Farms, which has been requested by the Reading Fire Department. The vast majority of the proposed work is outside of the 100-foot riverbank wetland, which is right here. There is
I'm sorry, could you just, on your drawing, show that fire lane that you were just referring to?
Yep, that's right here.
If you look at the back of the building at this stage of the game, Jamie, there is no back fire lane.
Oh, okay.
Well, there is a small
Well,
fire
it's-
lane along the back.
Fire alley.
Exactly.
It's
And
not big enough for a truck.
right now, it's say 14 or 15 feet. The minimum that the fire department is looking for is 18 feet.
Okay.
So
You can get 2 firemen and a hose back there.
a lot of the time, or what the fire department, not necessarily that they're going to drive the truck around, but there's also a fall zone that they have to be a certain distance away from the building if they ever need to put out a fire. So, believe me, we had talked to them about, they understand the implications of having to expand that fire lane, what that creates in terms of the wetlands. And there's they've reduced it as far as they can for what the minimum access will be. There is a portion of the site that is within the floodplain along Walker Brook. However, that elevation is noted by FEMA and is lower than anything that we're doing on the site. So there is no impact within the 100-year floodplain. Also, looking at Walker Brook, there are no known or documented impairments. There's no TMDLs. There's no rare species, rare habitats. They're documented by DEP. I met with Chuck Taroni maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago before we really conducted the design of the site to get his input into what we were doing. Based on his comments, we designed the site so that the existing site, everything grades down towards, not into Salem Street, but in that general direction where it's collected into catch basins and it goes towards Walker Brook. The new parking area, which is right here, will be designed to pitch away from the existing site and into a sand filter for treatment. That will keep the parking spaces here an isolated area that has no possibility of having a contamination from the fueling area adjacent. The sand filter that everything will be flowing into for water quality treatment is, although we don't expect any fuel contribution to it, is the recommended water quality treatment by Mass DEP in the Massachusetts Stormwater Manual. The sand filter itself will be lined with an impervious barrier so that there's no infiltration into the underlying groundwater table. That will be under drained and collected into a closed drainage system and will be routed around to, in this area here is where the catch basins that are on site for the existing site collect the stormwater and they bring it down to an existing oil water separator. That was put in, I believe, in the early 2000s when the site was renovated, and there's no real documentation of what that water quality structure provides. So we'll be removing that, and we're proposing a Storm Scepter STC 900 water quality unit, which is a much more modern treatment device. It's been rated by when the Mass STEP program was in place as providing 80% TSS removal.
Did you say 80%?
Yes, in addition to oil water separation. So we will be upgrading the stormwater treatment for the existing site, and in addition, the sand filter will be running around through here just as a further element of polishing that we can provide for it.
I'll bet you after that water goes through that sand filter, you're not gonna be removing 85 or 80% of the solids, because there won't be any solids in there.
It will be very clean, and the sand filter is rated as providing 80% as well. Under existing conditions, the back of the site here is a bituminous berm, so it's just an asphalt curb, and we know that that isn't necessarily the most durable thing in the world. So as part of the proposed development, we will be pulling that out and putting in granite curbing that will last a lot longer. And that will prevent any water from making its way into Walker Brook without going through the water quality device first. In addition, because we will be impacting some of the 100-foot and 25-foot riverbank areas, due to the fact that this has to be pushed out for the curbing and then pushed out further for the fencing. The new fencing will wrap around here, but it will enclose this area, so there's no access. There will be a gate, but it will remain locked. And the existing invasive species, and we saw yesterday in the sidewalk that there's a lot of refuse in that area. All that will be pulled out. New native plantings will be added to that area as sort of a isolated, protected habitat area.
Quick question.
Yep.
What's the fencing gonna consist of?
The existing fence now is just a cedar stockade fence. The proposal would be to maintain that.
Okay.
And I know in the past there have been issues where the stockade fence was, I think it was nailed to trees and it was kind of falling over. The fence along this area is in fairly good shape. It's not leaning on anything, it's self-supported. That's really the only area that's gonna remain. Anything up here will be new because they'll be working that area.
It'll be moved.
Greg, are you replacing the curbing throughout or just in that one area?
Just in this one area. The remainder of the curbing around the lot is granite already. And any new curbing will be granite.
Okay.
We had also also met with the town engineer, subsequent to this filing. He had a couple of recommendations that we're going to work into the plans as well. First and foremost was to provide curb stops here, just so that cars can't pull into the sand filter and damage it. So we'll be adding those. He also requested that we add a pea gravel diaphragm along where the water would flow into the sand filter, just to provide some pre-treatment and keep any kind of sediment from getting into it.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
A pea gravel diaphragm is a very fancy term for saying it's like 2 foot by 2 foot deep trench that
full
will
of
fill with
gravel.
crushed stone.
Okay, all right.
And, well, it's
That
not
I'm
crushed stone,
familiar
but
with.
it's the rounded river rock.
Okay.
It's very clean so that it doesn't clog up anything.
Good.
But it's a lot easier to pull that out and put new stone in than it is to pull out the whole thing and replace the whole sand filter.
So let me just get this straight. He asked for curbing and this.
Yes.
No.
Trend.
Not curbing,
Well, the
Car stops.
car stops.
Okay.
car
Okay,
stops,
gotcha.
not curbing.
Yep.
Yep. And finally, one of the recommendations that he had as well was snow storage, which we know it's a very tight site. Under existing conditions, they remove snow whenever there's a big storm, and that's going to be something that they're going to have to continue. Cumberland Farms is well aware of that, and that's something they're committed to doing.
So at this point, snow is not going to be stored
Yes.
on site. It's going to be removed. Okay. Okay.
So the only other thing that, when I was out there, I noticed, that the landscaper had been using this back area that you're going to replant and remove the invasive drums for his, dumping area. How is, that gonna be solved? Because in the future, that's not allowed.
Yep. Well, anything that's out there now is going to be removed. I know there's some fence posts and some other stuff on the ground there, but that will all be gone. In the future, the fencing is going to wrap around all the way up to the fence from the Goddard School, and the only access back here will be through a gate that's right here. That will remain locked at all times, and the key will be in the Cumberland Farm store.
If that's all, I was gonna open it up to the commission. Does the commission have any questions about this project?
I think it's a good plan to get some of those invasives and all that junk out of there. I think will be a big improvement.
Yeah, I think the other huge advantage is, although we lose some big trees, it clearly improves the riverfront area substantially. And the idea of a planted area, it seems to me with some trees will be a better habitat than what exists now by a lot.
The only interesting thing I saw in that area on the site visit was a jack in the pulpit kind of in that area to be restored. And I don't think it'd be possible to preserve it given the amount of, because it's surrounded by junk and stuff inside.
Yeah.
But, so that at least it shows that there's some good habitat there.
Right. I guess I was wondering, is impervious cover area a restriction in this area?
I don't think it's that.
I don't, it's not
No, it's not
aquifer
aquifer
protection.
protection.
It's,
Not for us.
and it's also,
Riverfront soils.
Maybe.
part of the property is in S-15, but most of it is in the commercial zone.
There's a lot of this the new project that's outside the 100 foot
Yeah,
Right.
area,
yeah.
so.
In fact, most of the
Yeah.
substantial paving is out.
And for the work inside the 100 foot, he proposed to do the new storm scepter,
Right,
the
Sand filter.
planting, the invasive removal.
right, and a substantial amount of planting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So, I did wanna ask you, did you change out that front, area where the planting was that Gene talked about?
Right here.
Yeah.
We haven't, we had met with the DRT
Yep.
team, and there have been some comments about possibly changing out some of the plantings here. Those are well outside of the 200 foot buffer, and if those did change, we will certainly provide the plan to you for comment, but
Well, I
Be
did wanna
aligned.
say that, I reviewed that with Anika, and, you can pass this on if you'd like. We thought that the plants worked well for that area.
Great.
After reviewing them on a plan,
Yeah, yeah,
Certainly seemed like a good planting plan.
great.
yeah, yeah. I was happy with the types and locations and, yeah. There was one thing I was going to ask you. I don't know if you happen to be familiar with the UNH stormwater.
Yes, I went to UNH actually. so.
Me too. And are you familiar with their stormwater research group?
Yes.
And one thing I saw at a recent talk, I just thought I'd mention this, and I wasn't sure. I'm not at this point. I'm not suggesting that it would be, a design error. I'm just saying they had a tree filter.
Yep.
That they had. I saw that they had worked on, and that it was an effective way to treat some of the pavement runoff and also support a tree.
Yep.
And it seemed to me that this project in particular looked just right for it, just from my standpoint. I was just wondering, just curious if you considered it or.
We had looked at the tree filters, honestly, and one of the main reasons we went with sand filter is the recommended treatment for Luppels.
Yeah.
Although it isn't one, we wanted to err on the side of caution.
Yeah.
And also, the tree filters, they're typically designed to infiltrate. And in this case, we wanted to capture all that before that happened.
Just in case.
And by not doing infiltration, we have to detain the flow as best we can,
Yeah.
so as not to increase rates of runoff. So
Understood.
we needed something a little bit with more size and more capacity, so that was why we went with the sand filter.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, any other questions from the
No.
commission? And
I have a question about the dumpster. If there's any leaks to the dumpster, which way is the flow going?
The dumpster's flowing into the sand
So it's
filter.
going to the sand pit, okay.
Yep.
And is there an existing dumpster now, or?
There is, it's right here.
Oh, okay.
Or, sorry,
Yeah.
Right there.
Let's see. All right.
any other questions from the commission? No? I'm gonna open it to the public. Any questions from the public about this project? Yes, please stand up and give your name and address.
We live at 7 Line Pines, and I live at 7 Line Road, where actually the third house up, right across from where that wooded area will be.
Do you wanna point at it? Do you mind?
Yes,
Okay.
we live right there.
Okay, thanks.
And so my concern is obviously with, our privacy in the backyard, because all we see right now are trees, and you're now gonna be kind of encroaching upon that area, of which across the street is some of our land as well. The current fence.
Across the street or the stream?
I mean, of the stream, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
The current fence, I personally do not think is adequate. There is about an 8-foot piece of that fence that's in the corner that was removed all winter long, and there actually was quite a bit of snow pushed up against there. There was a lot of trash that came through there into the brook, which, I obviously can't get down there to pick it up.
It's very steep.
But it's very unpleasant, and it's not good for the wildlife either. So, my concerns are obviously the privacy, the trash, the people that work there don't live there. And also the noise as well.
Right.
So the trash though was from the existing Cumberland Farms building, not from this lot we're talking about right now, is that correct?
Correct, right, it's in the corner of that lot, like I said, when he was speaking about the existing fence, there is about an 8-foot area that was unlocked, and it was just completely empty for pretty much the entire winter. And there's just always trash there. And
Okay.
trash in the brook as well,
And with the new plan, the whole fence will be closed off.
completely.
Yep.
And what about bringing the fence up to meet the level of the Goddard School, if you're gonna be meeting the Goddard School?
The Goddard School fence,
Is higher than the Cumberland Farms fence.
right,
Yeah.
it's on top of a retaining wall, and it's a vinyl fence. So it's certainly something we can look at.
It's probably close to 10 feet above grade
Right.
with that retaining
It's a
wall.
very high fence.
I just.
And it provides additional privacy for
Yep.
those of us that live there,
No,
and that's
and
my concern.
I appreciate that. Their stockade fence detail has a fence over, 6 feet 2 high. So 6 feet 2 inches high. And all those plantings, as those come in and thicken and overtake that area, that's gonna be, especially during the non-winter months, is gonna provide additional.
So in that area, you are gonna put in additional plantings?
Yeah, oh
You
yeah.
see the green area with all the circles in between the blue and the river?
Yes.
That's all proposed plantings.
What types of?
So trees
Like a
and shrubs.
Copy of the
and,
planting plan, I'll be glad to give it to you.
Thank you.
With the applicant's permission.
The new,
Well, I've got a small copy.
well, why don't I give her a big copy?
Oh.
The big
We
one.
She wants to show.
we can get rid of more
So
paper.
there's,
No, we have to recycle that page.
It's there's blueberry bushes, red maples.
yeah, 4 red maples, 8 eastern red cedars.
Which sheet number is that?
This one is,
8.
CFG 8 for now.
It's sheet 8, Bill?
Sheet 8?
Sheet 8?
Yeah, I'm looking.
He's folded it back on itself.
Right between 7 and 9.
I love you, Kyle.
No,
Miss it, right? I'm gonna miss this.
He'll be ready.
Well, when we have it, we'll get it to
Here
you.
you go.
I do suggest that we include in the order of conditions a trash policing plan similar to what we had in Home Depot or one of those facilities, Chuck.
Well, what's the maintenance? You have the maintenance, the ongoing operations
Yes.
maintenance.
We
plan.
have operations and maintenance for stormwater, which is within the drainage report that we provided. In speaking with the town engineer, there was a couple of revisions that he wanted to add to it. But I'm not positive.
I reviewed, I went on several site walks to this property when neighbors called and, you know, walked around the property, saw this back area that's gonna get planted, and for the most part, there was a little bit of debris. It is kind of impossible for anyone to get down that bank and clean that up. But I don't know if he's a new manager, but the manager I met was on top of just about all the employees, and they do have a plan in place now to clean up the parking lot and make sure debris is picked up. I think, again, Gene Delios asked for an additional trash receptacle over
Yep.
by the new,
Actually,
yeah,
right there.
over by the new parking area, just to make sure that people were doing their best to keep the trash down. But, you know, we can that in from
Yeah, I think
as
that'd be a
as
good
it says
idea.
at the Home Depot site.
Or Marky Basket, Dana's Properties.
But, you know, the commission, to all the abutters, the commission's best way to keep on top of people is just to make a phone call.
Yeah.
It's appreciated,
Okay.
in fact.
Yeah, and if trash does go from that Cumberland Farms or anybody else into that brook, that's a violation. So if you make a call, then we're obligated to write an enforcement order to get that trash out.
Okay. Sir, yes?
Hi, my name is Robert Zarowski, and I am the owner of the property next door, which is the Goddard School.
Okay.
And I just have a couple of comments. Generally, overall, we do like the plan, but there's a couple of issues that we have. The first one being the dumpster location. The dumpster location where it is presently sits pretty much in line with our parking lot. Our dumpster is located here. As you can see, it's closed in with a 8-foot brick wall. And where their dumpster is gonna be is directly where the children's playground is. And the issues we have with that is with, you know, the smell, the time of the dumpsters being dumped, and also with the, you know, the bees and the insects and things of that nature when there's kids out there playing right next door. So what we'd like to see, if possible, is to have the dumpsters stay in the same location and just move these parking spaces down towards where the dumpster is now. Just to switch it, because right now they do have them, if I'm not mistaken, they're right about here, is that correct?
The dumpster right now.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right here, on, towards this side before they take over this property, but we'd just like to see them stay within the parking lot area instead of going close to the playground area.
Yeah, it seems to me this is not necessarily a conservation
Right,
issue, but
that's
more
what
of a
it might be a
planning
site plan review.
issue.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can tell us, Gregory, what is the map distance between the playground, what are we talking? What's the distance between that dumpster enclosure and roughly?
About 30 or 40 feet.
30, 40 feet, and
From
is
the
the dumpster area is also gonna be enclosed as well, right?
Yeah, it's about 30 feet. Yes, and the dumpster will be enclosed.
With stockade fencing?
Yep.
And there's also the Goddard School fence
Fencing.
between the dumpster and the play yard.
Right,
Yes.
right, which is, how high does that fence go
The
above the
Garden School
playground?
fence, there is a 3-foot high stone retaining wall.
Right.
And then there is a 6-foot vinyl fence.
So it's
So that's
about
9 feet.
foot above.
Yeah, it's 9 foot above the grade of that property right there.
It seems, well, let's see, but that's probably gonna be the height of the dumpster, well, not,
I'm just saying,
wouldn't be
it
higher
would
than
also
that. Dumpster
keep the
would be
dumpster
lower.
further away from the wetlands area as well, so it might serve two purposes.
That dumpster looks like it's right on the 100-foot line.
Yeah, I don't think we would have an objection from moving it further away, but it probably is a site plan review or planning commission
Right, it's a
decision.
It's undoubtedly a planning.
But it's not
question.
something we would fight or be
We would
opposed to.
certainly not battle,
Yeah.
keep it there. We would
Um,
be neutral about it. I think it's a site plan.
I can see what,
question.
I can see why they wanna keep it closer to the building,
Right.
but,
I mean,
you know.
from an operational standpoint, I can understand their desire to keep it close to the building, obviously. It increases the probability that people will actually get stuff into the dumpster rather than just sort of not get it there. On the other hand, I think you really need, that one, you need to take up with planning and zoning.
Okay, and how about as far as the fence goes, as far as the, right now they have, is it a 6-foot wood cedar fence?
Yeah.
I mean, if all possible, I mean, it might be site plan review as well for a white vinyl fence as well there. Because right now, what we see, the fence there that's been there isn't really maintained well. And I think something of the other type of fence would kinda hold up better over time and wouldn't need as much maintenance.
And it might, and again, I don't think the type of fencing is necessarily our
Okay.
jurisdiction.
It's undoubtedly
The
site
height
plan.
of it
Okay.
is something we're, the height and the general construction of it, that it protect wind-blown, trash from the Cumberland site during a winter day, one of those good howlers to get debris into the resource area. That's where I'm coming from when I'm thinking about that fence, but,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
again,
overall, we do
the-
like it, we do like the plan, we don't have
Yeah,
any against the
yeah.
plan, we're happy that
Yeah.
Yeah.
something's being done with the house next door and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we'd like to see it, go forward.
yeah,
Okay.
okay,
Alright, thank you.
okay, thanks.
Especially when we're in invasive species.
We know there's plenty of
They're all
invasives
over,
back there.
yeah, they're all over.
Yeah, yeah. Any other comments or questions from the public at this point? No? Any questions? Greg, do you have first? No? Well, I didn't see, I didn't have any major, problems with the plan as it's put forth, and, I don't see any reason why we can't move forward with this. Chuck, did you have any?
No.
I move we issue an order of conditions for 303 Salem Street,
Okay,
and I'm not sure the number.
we don't have one.
immediate number then.
We don't have one.
Seconded.
Should we close the hearing?
can't close the hearing until we have a number.
Can't
Okay.
close the hearing until we have enough.
Okay, so
And
we have to
we can't even
continue
issue
it.
an order, can we?
I think we can. I don't know if we can
Well,
issue it, but we can approve it.
We could.
Any comments or questions for
Well, I mean, we can vote to issue an order of conditions.
Certainly will.
We don't have to approve the order of conditions, so we don't have one, but
Right.
we can vote to issue one.
I second the motion to issue
Okay.
one.
I mean, issue means we're gonna issue means we're gonna sign something. We're gonna issue it.
Yeah.
That's when the commission signs the order. So that
We can approve,
We can
can't we
do that.
approve but
You
not
can-
issue?
You
You
can
can approve.
approve,
The project.
cause if you're issuing it, you're signing it.
We can approve the project
Okay.
as presented. I believe we can do that.
Yeah. And instruct our administrator to draft
In order.
that order of
Which is
Yeah, we can
the
appro- I
next
just-
logical step.
I mean, I can, actually, I can check right now, so let's see if their site's up.
I remove my second of
We're
approving,
gonna
and
wait to see
we
if
just
Deepa's
approved the
got it.
project.
You unsecond.
I third it.
Got lost. I'm gonna have to see the tape of this one to approve the minutes.
Well, we can vote on that,
We can?
motion, can't we?
Okay.
To approve the project.
However, Madam Chairman is in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna give Chuck a moment to see if,
Cause if he gets a number, couldn't we issue it too?
yeah?
No,
Okay,
we can't
so,
issue it because we
Can't
can't
issue
decide
it
to do it.
so the motion, at this point is to approve the project?
Right.
And
Yeah.
with the second, all those in favor?
We should do that.
And is there a motion to continue?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay. So we'll continue this to the next meeting. Thank you for coming in. Okay, and let's move on to, 306 Main Street.
That's been, removed
Oh,
himself
that's
from
right.
the
Yeah,
project.
Sorry.
and that house has
Okay,
been
so
an eyesore
the
since day
meeting-
one.
If anyone is here for 306 Main Street,
The
the
public
applicant
hearing.
has removed himself, removed the project. He's not gonna move forward.
Which is
There appears to be too much money between him and the project at this stage of the game.
unfortunate.
Yeah, if we get Cumberland Farms to put in some of his curbing, that would've helped. 30,
Okay.
was it 30,000 he was
Wilson.
gonna?
Under review, you have a file number, 0628.
0628. Okay, I haven't, well, we've continued it, so
Yeah.
that's why we were just moving on. Okay. All right, in that case, let's move on to a continued notice of intent. Next on our agenda is we're going to reopen the public hearing for DEP number, notice of intent DEP number 270-062692 Sanborn Lane Lot 2, map 56, lot 16, Mr. Couillard. Welcome back. Is reopened and being conducted concurrently under the authority of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended in the Reading General Bylaws, Section 5.7. The applicant will present a proposal. The commission will receive reports from its administrator. The commission will address questions and comments to the applicant. The public will be given an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, which should be directed to the chair. The attendance sheet is at the door for those who are present. Please sign in. At this time, would the members of the Conservation Commission please introduce themselves, starting with Will.
William Finch.
Jamie Moore.
Anika Scanlon, Chair.
William Hack, Senior. Terry Sully.
Oh,
Mr.
Chuck
Turley.
Turley, Administrator, checking on this.
Okay. So, we're going to discuss Lot 2. Is there I think during the last meeting, we just double check the minutes here. Okay, at the last meeting, we voted to issue an order of conditions. Is that prepared at this point for Lot 2?
We have one.
We have
The
a,
best one to review at this point, would be the one for the roadway, 0627, because I only prepared multiple copies of that.
okay,
Because, the reason why I did that is the bylaw back half of the order pretty much all the same for all the lots. I didn't need to print out so many copies of everything, so there's really no difference other than the file number and identifying the file number and the lot, or the fact that we're talking about the roadway. So if you wanna
Okay, so at this
open
point
that one,
procedurally,
yeah, if you'd like to open that one, we could review that.
So
what if I just opened all of the notices of intent for 92 Sanborn Lane?
I'm not sure we can conduct 3 public hearings concurrently.
We talked about that before, and I think we decided we
I don't see why not.
could.
I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem either,
Well,
frankly.
if we could just,
The key is we're past the time for the latest one was scheduled for 7:40.
Oh.
Now
8:40.
Oh, right.
8:50.
Yeah.
So as long as you're later than the latest one, go ahead
Yeah,
and
we
open
could-
them all in here. That would be the
So
only,
at,
they could be covered.
Unless there's
It's all the same.
comments from the audience on certain ones, it may get
but if we
confusing,
open all
I
of
think.
them, we can talk about those comments all together. But anyway, I'll just make
Okay.
sure that we're done with one particular order.
What are
Or
we,
another.
what are we gonna do tonight for all 3 of them? We
The
haven't
idea is
seen, we haven't seen the order of conditions, we can't approve.
If you wanted to review it line by line, you could do that. I had already given a copy to Al, and
So, I'm sorry, Chuck, you've given a copy to the applicant, you haven't given a copy to the commissioners? I have a big problem with that.
He provided it to me this evening when I walked in, so.
Well, we weren't provided, I have a big problem with that.
well, it wasn't ready until tonight. So it wasn't ready until about 6:30 tonight. So,
So we could either go through it now, or if there's a big objection, to continue the hearing to the next meeting, at which point commission members feel like they would have sufficient time to review, but at this point, the applicant's here.
Let's
It's
go
our
review
last
it.
hearing.
Let's go review it.
I don't see why
I mean,
we can't go forward.
I agree with Jamie, but let's go.
yeah, it's the same thing you did with another project that we had. It was prepared that night and you guys reviewed it.
I know, but we're trying to change the policy, I really need time to review these. I can't review them sitting here in real time, I'm just not able to do that.
Right, but to come back and say to me tonight, why isn't it prepared, when I said at the last meeting, let's not close this and ask what happened, it makes no sense to me. You know,
Yeah. And I think each of us can try and pick out items of concern, and if we give feedback to the applicant at this point, collectively, I think they'll have.
Well, at this point procedurally, if we don't complete the review of these notices of intent, they have to be continued again.
Well, let's
Right.
start the
Right?
review.
So,
But Chuck said he didn't have multiple copies of all 3 of them.
of all 3 of them, but they're,
Are you saying they're substantially the same except for?
yes, that's what I'm saying, they're substantially, you shouldn't have a problem with the fact that there's no, I have copies for people that need that, but there's no difference, that the front page is pretty much boilerplate, the Wetlands Protection Act provides that.
the substance of the
Yeah.
matter is.
The back copy which we prepare is, pretty much the same except for 2 lines.
Why don't we, Madam Chairman, may I suggest we proceed with the review, see where we get. It's only 9 o'clock, and after all, we've run these meetings right till midnight sometimes.
Right, we have.
And I, for one, would like to get this one off the docket before
I
I
would
leave
too.
the commission.
I also, is there a question?
Yes. Do you have the right to ask a question at this point?
We can't answer it about the actual project until I've opened up that, is this a procedural question, or is this about the project?
A procedural question.
Can you just give your name, please?
Yes, my name is Teresa Breston. I reside at 25 Zachary Lane. I'm in a butter for this 92 Sanborn project, and the question I have is, at this point, you know, I have questions that I understand you've met 3 times and discussed this, which I was not aware of, and I wasn't able to ask these questions then, and I'm wondering if it's too late, because you know, when we built our home in that area 18 years ago, there were vernal pools, there were blue spotted salamanders, you know, there's the wetland area, except there were a lot of restrictions, and it was always our understanding that that area back there was protected and, you know, for these reasons. And I, you know, would like to ask, I'd like to vet those if it's okay to do that at this point.
I think, once we open the hearing, I would think.
Oh, absolutely.
Once we open the hearings, we can
Yeah.
Did we
start.
open the hearing? I can't remember.
I have only opened lot 2 at this point.
Well, that's.
So
Yeah.
why don't we go forward, we'll open the rest of them, and we'll get it all out. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
And, yep, okay. So, okay, so at this point, I will reopen, the hearing for DP number 270-0625, and I'm going to say and for DP number 270-0627, that's 92 Sanborn Lane, Lot 3 and roadway, respectively. Those are now reopened, being conducted concurrently under the authority of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, and the Reading General Bylaws, Section 5.7. The conditions of these two hearings are going to be the exact same conditions that I just said for the first one. So please, I think we have new people who have arrived to the hearing. Please make sure you sign in at the door. We want to make sure we have a record of who was here for the public record. Okay, at this point, Chuck, would you like to circulate the roadway? And we will start with.
Don't we have to introduce ourselves?
Why don't we do that? Sure, let's do it again. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, William Finch.
Jamie Moore?
Nika Scanlon, Chair.
William Heck Senior?
Terry Sully.
Chuck Tarani, Administrator.
Okay, at this point, we're going to, I think before going into this particular order of conditions, I would like to hear from the public first, so that we get that addressed. And so,
Okay, as I said, Teresa Rustin, 25 Zachary Lane. I'm a butter to lot 3 of this project. And you know, as I was saying, when we built our homes there 18 years ago, there were a lot of restrictions based on blue spotted salamander being in the back, vernal pools, and the wetland area. So it was our understanding that there would never be anything built back there. And it really hasn't, nothing's really changed. I mean, it's a wildlife habitat, so I'm concerned about how this will impact that environment. We have an intermittent stream, which is a breeding ground for, you know, amphibians and the usual, the deer and in the back, and the usual wildlife. But it's wetland. It's also an aquifer protection area. So I just don't quite understand, you know, why it can be built on to this extent. You're taking a single house, 3-acre lot that is 37% wetlands and I think 35% wooded area, and now it's going to turn into a subdivision road and three homes with a lot of mitigation. There's from what I've seen in the plans, you know, the impervious zone is exceeds the recommended percentage that you normally would allow. The runoff is an issue, so there are mitigating factors for that. There's an issue with pollution and digging up pollutants, so to protect the, you know, the Ipswich water watershed, you've gotta mitigate for that, so it just seems like there's a lot of risks with this project. And, those are my concerns. I think, there are others here probably have similar concerns. I know another concern is flooding, because that area does tend to have a lot of water back there now already.
Okay. So at this point, you said, you did not receive notice
Right.
about this.
I did, now that I've received all the documentation, the letter of the law was followed, but I don't think it was the spirit of the law. When you look at this notification that I received, there's no date on it, it's a very poor copy. It was sent, not certified return receipt, but a different type of, it's allowed, it's a certificate of mailing, which, I had to look it up, what the heck, what's a certificate of mailing? So, the IRS asserts that a certificate of mailing with a timely date is not evidence that a letter has been sent. So it is acceptable under these regulations, but it really isn't proof that the letter was received by the addressee. Doesn't have the date of the hearing, it tells you can look in the Daily Times Chronicle or call the representative between 9 and 4, Monday to Friday. As I said, no date on here. So, I was duly noticed, but when I discussed this with fellow abutters, nobody really understood that we had been noticed. And the fact that it says 92 Sanborn Lane, and then the project's called Mariano Drive, so to try to figure out, what is this project? Until I received the notice from the planning commission that indicated the assessor, the assessor number and the map, the location, I could look that up. I had no idea where this was, so. But anyway, that's not the point. I was noticed, I just, really having not been through this before, I didn't understand what was going on, and I had no idea that this was in my backyard.
How did you know it was gonna be discussed tonight?
Because I went to the planning commission on the 19th, and they said it would be discussed here tonight, yes.
Thanks.
And I went to the town, when I got the notice of that meeting, I went to the town hall, I looked at all of the paperwork on this project, and when I saw in the description that there were no endangered species noted in the area, in this protected area, it really surprised me, because we had to change our projects to protect the blue spotted salamander, which, some people might think that's a little odd, but this is their habitat in the back area, and my neighbor had to put his pool in a different spot. Anyway, so it says it's not important anymore. What happened after 18 years later? It's gone. And that whole wetlands area back there, I went back there. I don't know if you walked the site, but it is, you probably have. They seem like very thorough with everything, but, we went back there. There's obviously, in that what they call the intermittent stream is a breeding ground for amphibian, and you can see it there. We happened to see some toads, didn't find any blue spotted salmon.
Okay. We did walk that, and we know that the land that slopes towards the wetland on the Sanborn Lane side, so you're on the south side of that wetland area that we've seen. And we did see the slope, and we do have information of test pits from that land. There is some fill material in there, some construction debris, car debris, and it wasn't my understanding, that there was a vernal pool in that wetland habitat area. Chuck, were you able to verify any
Yeah,
of
it's-
that?
There's, the closest one is 700 feet away to the east, and it's, on the wetland map. It's identified, you can, access it from the end of Collins Avenue, although, the application says Collins Road.
700 feet to the east. So,
Behind home.
Madam Chairman, I happen to have a plan that shows the various lots and the locations of the vernal pools that are certified. Would you like me to distribute copies of them?
That would be great. I would ask you to also pass one copy back to the public so that they can also.
You can share one.
We'll share 'em. Yeah. We can do that.
There was something over there.
Okay, one.
I need one myself.
Okay, Christina, I think you said, you're hearing it, aren't you?
We did, maybe
You used to have.
So that's why I have 3 acres and 1 house. So, from the state's records of both rare species and vernal pools that are certified, you have both of those sets of information on this plan. The parcel in question is the, I guess, sort of trapezoidal yellow rectangle. I'm not sure what you want to call it here. Off of Sanborn Lane, you have 615 feet to an asterisk, which is to the east of this. That's the closest vernal pool that's mapped. You have another vernal pool, something in excess of, it looks like 2,000 feet to the west. And the closest point from this site to a priority habitat designated by the Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program, which is PH 494, is 1,630 feet.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Damian Delano, 19 Zachary Lane, and I'm a neighbor of Mrs. Breston here. I too, when I built my home, was told there was a vernal pool behind there. And I had to sit before this commission several times, and several members are still here that were there, that I had to change the location of where I had to put my pool. I had to build a retaining wall that was about 180 feet long, about 10 feet high, with 10 foot footers. I also had to come before this commission in order for me to put a shed on my property, because I was told that I couldn't put a shed on my property because if I deemed that I could put a lawnmower in my shed, it would leak. Fuel could leak from that lawnmower into the vernal pool. I'm here more to understand what changed since then, because I too have seen these plans that say that there are no vernal pools in our location. Something must have changed.
Yeah, I don't understand. To tell you all the truth, this is news to me tonight. So I don't understand the full history of your projects, because I've seen a couple projects between your projects and now.
I'm sure you have.
And unfortunately, I know of one, and I really hope I don't hear of another, but I've heard of one vernal pool in town being restored.
Did you actually see the vernal pool that the Conservation Commission was concerned with?
At the time that I built my home, there was a location where it appeared to be a vernal pool, but to my unprofessional eye, it looked like someone had just took out a shovel worth of soil, and that's how it developed.
Okay. Could you, is it possible to indicate on this which is your lot and where that vernal pool might have been?
I guess it could be.
Can you put your smart board on? It's not working tonight. The other meeting, we had the smart board up. We could see what the plans were. Does that work still or no?
No, it works.
Oh,
I don't know if you have this.
So which is your lot on Zachary Lane?
It's,
One at the corner of Zachary Lane and Corey.
Yeah, I'm at the corner of Zachary and Corey.
That kind of triangle shaped lot?
Yes, the pie shape, correct. And the vernal pool was deemed to be on the location of, if you're looking at the pie shape, to the right side of the pie.
So it was within your property?
Within my property, and abutting the next door neighbor.
Allegedly, there was a vernal pool on my lot too, which is 24 Corey Lane, and that's why it's 3 acres. It's 3.18 acres and has one house on it. Is because the,
Well, there's also wetland in there.
that's,
so
yeah.
yeah, so we are, ours is right here, 24 right here.
Yeah.
And they're building on this, so they have 3 acres to build on, we have 3 acres as well. So the vernal pool that we were told about is right here it's in between 24 and 25, and that may not be a vernal pool anymore.
Right at the corner.
So it's right here, I mean, there is a lot of water back here, of course there's streams, and this wetlands here fills up, like on a night like tonight, this wetlands here between 24 and 25 fills up quite a bit. It's my understanding that that was a vernal pool, that's why our house has to be shaped like this. So we had to shape, make this shape. If we don't have to do that, we can add on and make, a whole other development here, eventually. So I guess I have to understand whether the rules are gonna be the same for him, is the rules are gonna be the same for us. So we also have 3 acres, he has 3 acres, so let's,
Your new neighbors.
yeah, let's understand if we can do something back here as well, and why he can do it, we can't, why he has rules, he doesn't.
No, it's not a matter of one person having rules and one person not having
Yeah,
rules.
but
It's a
if
matter
you-
of us
if-
deciding,
if there's a
well,
vernal
understanding
pool
where
right
the resource
here-
area exactly is, so that we can then set up our setbacks from that resource.
So there's a
So-
vernal pool here, and
Right,
he's
but
here.
the protected,
so-
again,
But that's not on the map, the vernal pool that we were told
Well,
about is not on the map anymore.
the other issue is that there is approximately 100-foot circle around the high water mark of the vernal pool, number one. Number two, it is conceivable, I suppose, that this pool was certified long enough ago that it has evaporated in terms of its certification.
It's also
Just-
conceivable that it was never certified.
It was also conceivable it was never certified.
But
But if it
consider.
was certified, then how did they have to jump
it
through
appears
those
with-
permitting hoops?
If it wasn't certified?
If it was.
Right, if it, no, that, I guess my question is, if it wasn't, how come they had to jump through the hoops they had to jump through?
Because it doesn't need to be certified, as long as the commission
Deems it to be a
deems
vernal
it a vernal pool.
In other words,
Ah.
the difficulty is, what we'll have to do, it seems to me, is to answer your question appropriately. The only thing we can do is go look at your order of conditions a long time ago.
I mean, it could be that this pool is more than 100 feet away from any disturbance that's taking place at 92 Sandbar Lane.
May I just make an observation, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Okay. Obviously, I had no idea before tonight that there was the question about a vernal pool on another property. But this is just to help illustrate for the neighbors. Now, I understand from listening to them that this house had some development limitations, and this house had some development limitations as a result of a vernal pool they're saying was located somewhere in here.
And.
All,
Hang on a
This
second.
one
right,
of
so
those
let me just sort of get the thought out.
25 also.
All right, so this property as well.
Yeah.
So the wetland that we're talking about, that's subject to jurisdiction for this development is this area here.
Do you,
We-
can I ask you to stand on the other side near the
Are
microphone?
they struggling?
Then, because that way they can see while
Okay.
you're.
I didn't mean to block on this. All right, so the site that's subject to development is lot 92. The wetland that we had certified boundaries on by an order of resource area delineation is the wetland here. We designed the project so that it stays more than 25 feet away from this wetland. Just by some quick measurement on this, using the scale on the plan, the work that's proposed here is in excess of 200 feet from the southern property boundary of this lot. The vernal pool that they're referring to apparently is in this location, and I can certainly see how if there's a vernal pool in this location, it could put in development limitations for somebody building a house on lot 24, because it would be very difficult to get past the vernal pool to develop back in the large area in the past, because 100 foot from it would probably get to a property boundary, and so you'd be squeezed up to the cul-de-sac. But it's already more than 200 feet to the southern boundary, and then probably another 80 feet, perhaps even 100, to get to where that vernal pool is. So it's far beyond any buffer zone for the Conservation Commission would be regulating. And so all the work for this site is closer to the road and set back well north of the boundary of the vegetated wetland. It's all been mapped out. It's all been determined by an order of resource area delineation. All of the potential impacts associated from the development have been analyzed and reported to the board. Stormwater management has been addressed. The quality of the existing fill material, which is mostly loam, has been tested and reported to you. But just from hearing people's comments, questioning why were they subject to limitations, no idea why no one is aware of a vernal pool there now, or at least nothing in the records. But even assuming that it were existing and certified now, which it's not, it would not in any way affect the development of the subject parcel.
Just to assure you, and I'm sorry I missed your name.
Christine.
Christine and your Lee. There are a number of sites, for example, we have one on Fairchild where there is an isolated hummock which cannot be developed essentially because it's surrounded by wetlands, unless somebody were to build it that way, I'm not sure the commission would. So that your situation is not unique. In other words, there are a number of places in Reading where large amounts of acreage cannot be developed simply because, and I'm assuming in your case it was a vernal pool, but we will research the area to try to get you a more definitive answer. But there are a number of places in town where simply because of the location of either a vernal pool or a substantial wetland, access to large part of the property is essentially landlocked and there's no public access.
And 24 has a lot of green on it, and 92 does not have any green. What does the green indicate?
Chuck?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Forested?
Forested?
Yeah, here's our town map, and same area. When I switch the map over to GIS aerial, you can see this is the area right here that you were looking at. Maybe I could back up a little bit.
Looks, yeah. So that's green, like mine's green and his isn't green. 92 isn't green, 24 is.
So this is the area right.
Yeah, that's 24, it's very green, and then 92 doesn't show any green. I just don't know what the green indicates, like.
Well, where that number 24 is that forested?
Yeah, it is.
Very much, yeah, I mean,
Well,
So is 92.
Yeah,
I
so
think in reality-
basically this chunk here is very green on the other map, and
Right.
this right here is no green showing. So I don't know what,
I think that might be just an error in the data layers at the GIS database level. I mean, I think we can all look at this picture and say there are plants and forest there.
Forest.
You know, I'm not going to try and explain the GIS discrepancies to you. There is a certain amount of error associated with it, with the location shown on the GIS map. For example, there have been times people have printed out their GIS map for their parcel and looked at that wetland symbol, which you can see with the speckles in it. And people have taken that map to be true, where in fact when we go out and we look at the land and with property owners, that's a rough approximation, but it misses, it sometimes doesn't give the level of detail that, you know, we need to approve certain projects that are close to the wetlands. So when I look at this GIS data layer, you know, I think the thing I most rely on are the lot lines. I see those as most true on the plan. A lot of the rest of it is approximations to me. So, you know, I'm not here to discuss this too thoroughly. What I am curious about most of all would be the vernal pool, sir, behind your property, because if there is some raised land between the wetlands on 92 and the wetlands on 24, I don't know if these contour lines are showing me some sort of topographic divide between those two wetland drainage subbasins. If that's the case, then the vernal pool that you say is behind your property, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing that there is or there isn't, if there is a vernal pool behind yours, it might be more contiguous with the wetlands behind the proposed project.
I'm not saying there wasn't, I was told it was.
You were told it was. And at that point, it was Fran who was the administrator.
Actually, it was before Fran.
It was before Fran.
It may have been Nancy.
Okay, who I
Well, Nancy was the chair, but,
don't know.
I do
No,
have
it was
a
someone, it was another
document
gentleman.
when you,
Don Nadeau was.
Yeah, it was Don Nadeau.
Yeah.
I have a document from 1997 where the commission, Nancy was part of it, refers to the vernal pool on his property. I sent that to you.
Yeah.
But,
Chuck,
there
you're
definitely was a lot of discussion about it.
Yeah.
My other question though is, you know, in the middle of that conservation, they're calling this intermittent stream. And when I go out there and look at it, it's a pool, it's a breeding area. Why wouldn't that be subject to the same
Because
kind
the
of?
rules for streams have two categories, okay? One of them is a perennial stream, which flows all year long, never dries up. The other is an intermittent stream, which does dry up. It only has to dry up for 4 or 5 days a year. Many streams in Reading are essentially dry during a dry spell. And the difficulty you have is the state rules are entirely different for perennial, permanently running streams than they are for intermittent streams. The commission did do a determination based on wetland science and several visits by the commission that the wetland area met the criteria that was described and it did not find a vernal pool. It's an intermittent stream, which means it's not subject to 200 feet protection. It's subject to development within 100 feet. They flagged the wetlands. Those wetlands were checked. That's how we issued the determination. And in fact, the plans are based on those issues. And as the attorney for the developer stated, even if there is a vernal pool on your property or on the property that Lee and Lynn have, it would be more than 200 feet. And the jurisdictional area that we're allowed to protect is essentially 100 feet around the vernal pool. So, not debating the question of
why these two pools were not certified. The commission, by the way, we just did it earlier this evening. We essentially came to a conclusion, although it did not take a vote, that most of us believe off Lowell Street there is a vernal pool, even though it hasn't been certified at this stage. So the commission has the power to say that appears to be a vernal pool. Okay? And in this case, when the wetlands were evaluated, that was not the determination.
I just need,
Yep.
we weren't, the comment was made on Lowell Street that vernal pool certification or identification was not part of the ORAD process.
Right.
And that's all we have on this
Right.
property right now.
Right.
So.
On which property?
On Sanborn Lane. So there was no verification, either there is or there's not, under the ORAD on Sanborn Lane, that there's a vernal pool in that wetland. It was never looked at or talked about.
Yeah.
Very disagree with that.
Well, we looked at the
It's not part of the process. It could have been brought up, but it would never have been discussed.
I don't know if the, Madam Chair, if you're taking further comment on that, but I very much disagree with that. If you're considering vernal pool a resource area regulated under your bylaw, and that's what I heard you discuss in the hearing just before this, we have all resource areas that are regulated on this site having been established by the ORAD. All of them were shown, all of them were approved, and that established the resource areas that we're subject to.
Well, if I had the ORAD in front of me, it would tell me whether or not the vernal pool was part of that.
The same thing on Forest.
Consideration and part of that.
It wasn't listed in the ORAD.
Same thing on Forest Street with Al's other project. There was a vernal pool off the site, but it wasn't part of the ORAD. So it is not typical. Sometimes it comes up because people come here to talk about it, the abutters, but this commission has typically said it's not a part of their ORAD process. So, and it was the wrong time of year to evaluate the certified vernal pool, and I'm not even sure if your wetland scientist was qualified to do that.
Chuck, in your documents, you list vernal pool certification number 316-33-1.
That's the one,
Where is that?
That's shown on, if you look at the map.
that's right here. I can just,
Jamie.
That's the one that's 600 feet away?
Yep.
I thought, yes, 6 to 7, but
Yeah.
yeah, in that area.
I think we measured at 615 to the middle of the asterisk.
It's not a delineation of the vernal pool, it's, it's
No,
a
that's-
general location.
That's just the general
Yeah.
location. Yeah.
So we have seasonal high water from that spot. And from that, where's the 100-foot habitat buffer? And as the other thing that comes up with vernal pools from the class I just took last Friday was they often identified in clusters. So it wouldn't surprise me to find a lot in this area if 1 or 2 were certified.
Yeah, 'cause I thought, I'm pretty sure there was one identified behind Roma Lane, to the west.
There was one other one on here. There's one here.
Yeah.
I can back out of it.
That whole,
Excuse me, when this was evaluated, did anybody look for, salamander sign, for example? Because, you guys might think we're a little crazy, but this was a huge issue for us, the blue spotted salamander. My son went out
We don't think you're
looking.
crazy. I think there may have been in this situation, a data oversight. And I say that, I'm sure I can anticipate a reaction of, it was not a data oversight for my site. And, and that was your point when you walked in, and I
are they still
understand that.
endangered? Is that what, they're still endangered or they're not
We
endangered at
actually,
all?
I have.
well, they still are.
There are endangered
Well,
species.
Species of special
The
concern.
the question that I see before us is, if there's additional resource area that is, contiguous with the wetlands behind the developed property, that's the biggest unknown at this point, and if there is, then it's, you know, it would be negligent of us to turn a blind eye to, you know, ensuring that the resources are not protected. Yes?
If I remember correctly, and if I understand the map correctly, when we issued the ORAD, we certified that on that property that all resource areas were shown. We didn't certify there are no vernal pools elsewhere in the area. But if there are no vernal pools on that property, I think all the proposed work is farther than 100 feet from a vernal pool.
That's right.
True.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, we don't know
But-
that.
Well,
That's-
I think
that's
we
the
do,
point.
because the property boundary isolates the proposed work by 100 feet. So if there's
what?
no vernal pool within the property boundary, which we certified there was not, then there's
no,
no
we didn't.
work.
We did not
You
certify
didn't.
that there was not.
We didn't look.
Do you want me to go down and get the ORAD?
The ORAD describes the resource area on the property. It doesn't describe it off the property, but it describes the resource area on the property.
Typically, it's just the wetland line that they wanted to
No,
certify.
it's resource areas. That's the purpose
Well,
of the ORAD.
Chuck's
Why
all
don't we
set.
grab it? And then we
Sure.
could, or maybe that's not for tonight, maybe that needs to be reviewed too, but again, I'm just thinking about the one I remember on Lowell Street.
Right, we
Right.
said we're not certifying there's no vernal pool, but that was off the property. We said there's no vernal pool on your property, but we're not saying whether or not there's one off the property.
But now we feel that.
That's the difference.
Well, now I feel there is one on their property at Lowell Street. But that wasn't found out until we got the vernal pool
An,
season.
an ORAD is a certification of resource area on the property. And if we say they're in the vernal pool when we sign that on the property, then that's what we said.
yeah, and it appears to me that when you sign an ORAD, you certify what the resource areas are.
But it
And-
also specifies what resource areas have not been delineated. It has in the
I don't-
past. It has in the past. I'm pretty certain
For
of
Lowell
that.
Street, we were specific to say, we're not saying whether or not there's a vernal pool on the property. We were very specific there, we said, so Ray was not addressing questions.
No, I do remember, or maybe we should just get the ORAD and
Remember the
forget it.
discussion, someone came up and wanted to talk about vernal pools and it was an abutter and they were assured that the ORAD process is not for the determination of vernal
Yeah,
pools.
that's my recollection also.
Off the
Someone said
property.
that.
Off the property.
No, they were,
No, no, on
they
the
were
property.
referring to the pool behind their house.
I mean, I think a couple of those ORADs came in the middle of winter
Yeah.
as well. Wasn't there one, there was one off Main Street.
Well, this one.
But think about the logic, why would you go for an ORAD if it's not gonna tell you what resources area are on your property? What would be the
I-
purpose of it?
I agree, but
The purpose, if you think back to the history, is for the owner of the property, or the developer of the property, to know what resources are on there so he can design his project to avoid those resources. If the ORAD doesn't say what resources are there, it's a worthless document.
But I agree. But we have put in ORADs specific statements of we are not saying there's a pool
Why don't
there
we-
or not saying there's a
Why
pool
don't we
there.
just
We're
get
leaving
the
it an
ORAD
open.
and see what we said, rather than trying to do hypotheticals?
Yeah,
Chuck, why don't you get the ORAD?
I'm just gonna take a
Do you have a
recess.
copy? Do you have a copy?
I was just
Recess for
looking at it. I
5
didn't
minutes.
bring it part
I
of my
need to
file.
go to the bathroom. Hopefully that was not.
Probably was. Okay.
Oh. we had,
More than-
again, we didn't.
So we haven't verified that any vernal pool.
We never went across the stream, but we looked between the stream and the
We walked through this area.
We didn't see a vernal pool or anything looked like one, but we
We've heard
went.
about one that's over here.
Well, we were there
There's
on the
one
winter.
actually that is on this guy's land, so, I mean,
Yeah.
Damien's is
Yeah.
right down here, so
Yeah.
it's right here is
Right,
where,
but
and
that would
then there
still-
was also one over on the Sullivan's,
250
Sullivan's
feet from
land
this
here.
To the,
To the edge.
Yeah, so, but this is the Sullivan, so I'm not sure where on this, but those were where we,
right, and if you look at the, I mean, the real challenge is the one that's in here, and I could see, you know,
Right,
that
okay.
if you look at that plot plan
Mhm.
with the finger of wetland sticking behind their house,
Right.
the Sullivan's house, it's conceivable that there could be a vernal pool there, but you're still well beyond the 100-foot boundary. It's more like 300.
Now we're talking about over here,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
right, yeah, right
that
there.
right there?
And it, no, it's the other side. It's
No,
the other
no.
side of the
No,
boundary.
it's not, he's right, between 24 and 25. But if you're saying there's no vernal pool there, that's okay for us, I don't mind that. But if you're
No,
saying.
we're not saying there's not
There's
one
just
here,
not-
we're saying we haven't
no, there's
even
no
discovered
vernal
one
pool,
here.
there's no-
You
And
did
this is,
discover
We don't
one.
know if there is one or not, but we know
we
it's
have
more
to be
than
100 feet away, which
both
is
of
what
those
this area
what-
is.
What I think we clearly need to do before you spend a lot of money deciding to design a big expansion, what we clearly need to do is to look at the original order of conditions for your property. Okay, and the fact, that this is pretty typical in Reading, we find vernal pools on property A.
Right.
If you go more than 100 feet away, the protection evaporates. And the order of resource determination, the ORAD, was done on the basis of this intermittent stream. Okay?
Why is it intermittent?
Because it apparently dries up at some point in the year.
And also,
I've been there 13 years, I haven't seen it not, I
but
haven't
also
seen it dry.
the size of the watershed
Yes.
also determines that, and it's near the head of this waterway in a sense.
Right. What ends up happening is, there's, 3 determinations. One of them is that it never dries up. Another one is the size of the available watershed. And the difficulty is, if you're up near the beginning of a watershed, the area drained is insufficient, even if the stream never stops flowing, to define it as a perennial stream. Okay? We've been through this, if you, for example, if you know where Austin Prep is over on West Street.
We do.
Although the Aberjona River flows all over the place, the watershed prior to Austin Prep is not sufficiently large to define it as a perennial stream, even though I don't think any of us have ever seen the Aberjona up in that headwaters area not run. Once you get beyond Austin Prep and on the other side of West Street, it does become a perennial stream, and it's a combination of never drying up, being a blue line on the USGS map, and the size of the watershed. So, and again, you know, what does drying up mean? In a severe drought, lots of things dry up. I've even seen the piece of the Aberjona that runs through the high school dry up on a severe drought. The year that you could walk across the Ipswich.
When was that?
Oh, it's
Several-
been several
several-
times, but was when we were taking water out, that contributed to it, which was totally 100% natural.
So, again, I think the only thing I would caution you about is that you need to look, and each of you needs to look at what the order of conditions stated about your particular piece of property. Okay? And again, the commission did issue an RAD based on the conditions on the ground that they observed and the flagging by a wetland scientist, which did not pick up a vernal pool on the property.
And that was done in the winter, she said? Is that what she said?
Yeah. well, it was delineated in the fall, but we didn't get to do a site visit until, there was still snow on the ground. It did melt later, but it was
It was a site visit I was away for.
late winter, very early spring.
We did an ORAD site visit
Anybody wanna take a?
in the late summer, early fall.
Sorry.
We didn't do a
There's a
site
couple
visit,
down
it was
at
in
the
a while.
conservation.
We definitely.
You haven't taken a card?
October.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah, you've got a couple of them.
We were right there with,
Yeah.
what was the woman's name, the one we talked about?
Leah Baspin.
Leah Baspate.
Hey, you still mall?
That's just pictures of.
That's a front.
Oh, it
Oh,
is.
that was a-
That looks like it should be our banner. Right? Pretty nice. It always makes me think of Jurassic Park. Dating myself. I'm gonna wait till Chuck comes back to reopen,
To
reconvene. So, what am I looking at? Whose properties?
Oh, that's 92.
Yeah, we have a
I mean,
question
that's
too.
92.
Are things like less strict now that we're not taking water from the Ipswich River?
Now that we're on
Are you guys
LWRA?
not concerned about that anymore? Because
No,
No.
lesser, no,
Yeah.
no. The problem is that the state requires us to maintain, the reality is that the Ipswich River watershed is, even with us not taking water out of it, still an overstressed watershed. It's actually, I don't know where it ranks, but it used to be very close to the Colorado, and if you know, the Colorado doesn't go to the Gulf of Mexico anymore. I don't know, the Gulf of Cortez anymore. The state's requirements are just as stringent for the town of Reading, even
Behind
if we don't
Zachary
take any
Lane.
water out. The only
It's not-
substantial difference
Well,
is that
it might be on this.
we're not, we're subject to whatever MWRA charges us to do, but we are not subject to Ipswich River watershed shutdowns. In other words, if there is an emergency in the Ipswich River watershed, we don't have to do anything different. If it affects the MWRA and not the Ipswich watershed, we have to behave with the Ipswich watershed. So there's no change. Turns out that the state also requires the town to be able to maintain those wells in case of an emergency. So they have a very simple, chlorinator system at that site, several wells still available. Should, God forbid, the MWRA pipes break, the town would be required to boil water for domestic consumption, even though it was chlorinated, but you could put out a fire with the water.
But this, like, projects like this where you're increasing the impervious out, it negatively impacts that Ipswich River watershed.
The impervious cover was one of the issues that has been raised, and this project meets, exceeds actually all the impervious cover requirements. There's no question.
There's a
whenever-
variance though, and there's a mitigating, I saw that it was over.
No, that's the stormwater issue, okay? They are doing some mitigation for absorbing water that might have been absorbed by tree cover.
Yeah,
weren't any
I thought it was
variances.
something
There aren't any
else.
variances issued for this.
Chuck's just copying the ORAD. Collating it first. Excuse me.
I must be misinterpreting this, because it says it exceeds since the proposed exceeds the.
Exceeds 15% of the
Yeah,
area.
so there had to be a mitigation.
Right, there is a,
So they had to, system artificial recharge of precipitation required,
Right.
roof runoff, dry
Right.
well proposed, yeah, that's why I thought, okay, so I thought that was a variance, but.
That has been
Sorry.
that's been a
Yes.
change since your house was built, cause didn't we go to could go as much as 20% with mitigation.
Right. It's now down to 50.
No, I thought we increased it. As long as you mitigate.
That's, if it exceeds 15%, it has to be.
Yeah, but you're allowed to exceed 15%.
Yes.
When Zachary Lane was built, they weren't allowed to exceed the 15%. So that was a change in the zoning.
Okay, yeah. Cause I think that was an issue with your court, right? You have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because of you.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call an end to the break. Thank you for staying and waiting. So, I have here just to tell you, sir, I'm sorry, forgive me, I forgot your name.
Damien Delano.
Okay, I can't read all the words on it, but I have here a plan. I don't know if you want to approach and just take a look. So this is your property, and this area back here
Right.
was delineated as wetlands.
Right.
So this, as far as
But
I
not a
can
vernal
tell, as far as I can tell based on this
It just
wetland
says we're
flag,
delineating
wetland
the
vegetation.
boundaries.
Right,
It's
right.
not, however, to determine
So-
the boundaries of any resource area.
Right, exactly. So it's a
Any
wetland,
resource
and we have a
specifically
25,
noted above.
in
So if
a
it was a
perfect
vernal
world, we have a
pool,
25-foot
even though we didn't note it above.
buffer and then a 35-foot, no build and, you know, so ideally within the 25 feet, we don't like to see structures. So, if you, I don't know if you'd like to keep a copy of that?
Yeah, I would.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
sure, thanks. So, just to help you understand that. And if you found your copy, it might be a little bit more legible.
I will take a look.
I know what it's like to put a copy somewhere. Okay, Chuck, did you pass out?
Yep, you wanna see your,
Yeah.
I missed you?
I think so, cause I was,
Oh, sorry.
That's all right, no
I didn't
That's
know.
all right.
I didn't know.
take one. I read it.
okay, do you have a copy of it?
I was just handing.
Yep, okay. Can I just, highlight, I know you're reading through it, I just wanna highlight right at this moment, page 2 of 4, so the back cover of the form under, 1A, where it says accurate, the boundaries described in the reference plan above and in the abbreviated notice of resource area delineation are accurately drawn for the following resource areas: bordering vegetated wetlands, and then under A, it says only the following are approved under this order: bordering vegetated wetland flags A1 to 20, 1A to 20A, all as shown on the approved plan. Additional resource area boundaries may exist on the subject property and adjacent properties outside the limits of the delineation shown on the approved plan.
Yes.
So, this
See
ORAD
attachment.
is for those wetland flags to identify the border designated wetlands.
No.
And then it
Not-
says
not until-
additional resource area boundaries may exist on the subject property and adjacent properties outside the limits of the delineation.
You're leaving out two critical words.
And so it is.
See attachment.
See attachment. Right.
So it's approved the wetland delineation for the entire site.
Right.
Right.
It's determined that the resource area is bordering vegetated wetlands. The only exception is the quote-unquote additional resource areas that may exist. See attachment as described in the attachment. The attachment is the last 2 pages of it, and the only resource areas that are referred to in the attachment that may exist, that there was any question about, was the the boundary of flooding in a Zone C of the FEMA flood insurance rate map, and that there had been, that the applicant has not provided sufficient information to determine the 100-year flood elevation or to delineate bordering land subject to flooding associated with the A series wetland.
Right.
No problem with that. We didn't feel we needed to provide the drainage calculations that would be necessary to delineate the boundary of a 100-year bordering land subject to flooding, because it would be far less extensive than the boundary of the wetlands, and we're meeting the buffer zone requirements for bordering vegetated wetland. There's nothing in attachment A that in any way references vernal pool. Vernal pool was not an open issue. The ORAD is binding for all purposes other than the potential question about limit of bordering land subject to flood.
Right. I mean, the ORAD has made a determination which is legally binding.
So it says on B1A, says accurate, the bordering vegetated wetlands. Other resources, it's not checked out. There's no other resources. It's only determining the bordering vegetated wetland.
Right.
I mean, I think it works sometimes.
There were no other resource areas determined or subject to determination. The only exception to the delineation and the accuracy was what's described in the attachment, as it says in A1, and the subparagraph A that you inserted, and so the only reference is to the bordering land subject to flooding and the FEMA Zone C.
This A is a follow-up to A1, bordering vegetated wetland. It explains the bordering vegetated wetland and that there's nothing else identified, or nothing else that this ORAD is trying to prove, and then it says see attachment, which again doesn't mention a vernal pool. It's just backing up the fact that other resourced areas aren't identified. And it's not even.
There were no other resource areas to identify. It was determined that the area that's within, that any work is within 100 feet of was bordering vegetated wetlands, period. End of discussion.
That doesn't, that's not my understanding of 1A. It says that they're neither there nor they're not there. It omits any mention of that resource area in town.
I disagree, Anika. I disagree. That, to read it the way you're reading it would make having an ORAD virtually worthless.
Yes, it seems to me, Madam Chairman, when you issue an ORAD, you've issued an ORAD which states here are the resource areas
we know about.
We not only that we know about, but we are certified so that a developer or owner can work around those identified areas to issue a development plan. Now, you know,
And granted, if we did bring up this map, we would say distance, there's some distance from
the established, known, and perhaps unidentified vernal pools. I mean, the issue I think we have is we have an ORAD. The ORAD says it's bordering vegetated wetlands. The ORAD is as we stated it. The developer has, in good conscience and good faith, developed a set of plans based on that ORAD. I think, you know, it's like saying, if there were snarks and we didn't see them, do they exist? I mean, we have an ORAD. It seems to me we have a development plan based on that ORAD. And I believe council is correct in that you can't go back and reconsider an ORAD.
But we do have the testimony of some residents who are abutting the property, who do have some, who have at least postulated that there were vernal pools back there.
But they were off this particular piece of property. All the testimony I've heard says these vernal pools were off this particular property.
And more than 100 feet.
And more than 100 feet.
From the proposed development.
And that's, See, that's really the issue. There was nothing identified on the property. If there are vernal pools, they are further than 100 feet from the developed area. So we don't have any, even if those vernal pools exist, all the development work is well beyond 100 foot.
Did anyone, when we went out to check this, look to see if there were vernal pools? I mean, this was issued in
Definitely not on the
January.
other side of the intermittent stream.
No.
We didn't
Not in
cross
January.
that.
Well, we're talking about there are isolated pockets in wetlands.
Yeah.
And intermittent streams are not always flowing, so during certain parts of the years, they can not flow, they can be contained, and it can be during this time where, for vernal pools,
Right,
you know,
we wrote
happen.
about a
I
month
mean,
ago.
that's all.
But we did
I
not
don't-
go against
yeah.
that southern property boundary.
But on the
That's-
northern part, we walk around there.
I don't remember talking about vernal pools, I only remember about not allowing talking of vernal pools, but I can't say it was specifically about this ORAD. I do remember someone coming in and saying that. My intention when I wrote this was, there was no vernal pool evidence brought up, and we didn't discuss it.
But in fact, the ORAD is, as the ORAD stands, this development project was designed around the ORAD that we issued.
Which says it was only gonna identify the wetland line, but,
But let me ask, what's the harm in continuing to the next meeting until such time as we can do another site visit out there? Just to literally walk that southern mucky boundary, and I'll find myself some waders from somewhere, and just walk that southern property boundary of the 92 Sanborn Lane projects.
we could also review, wetland scientists', you know, application, and I think they mentioned no vernal pools as part of that, submittal.
Yeah, I'm sure she looked. I would
Then,
expect she would have looked.
then I would agree that it was brought up, and if she looked, you know, cause I don't think she was out there delineating the wetlands in January or
No.
December.
She was actually up there in August or September.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that would be another way to kinda get back to, you know, whether these exist or not, so.
At this point, and I'll just ask the question, I will ask if anybody would entertain a motion to, continue these hearings until a little bit more information can be found out about whether or not there may be a vernal pool within the vicinity of the south part of 92 Sanborn Lane. Because if there is one, it may extend, part of the high water line might extend into those wetlands.
The only place it'd be pertinent is north of that stream.
I'm sorry?
The only pertinent goes north of the stream, because then we're talking the over 100 feet.
Yeah.
So that we had walked around the area that was north of the stream, and, I mean, just cursory, we didn't see any.
It was sloping down towards the stream.
Right.
From your property.
Right.
Looks like it shows the stream right here in the center.
Yeah.
There's an edge. That's possible. I don't know if the stream's still there. I'm sure it's still.
It's there, I saw
Yes,
it.
we've seen that intermittent stream, or I have there.
I just saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm asking, my fellow commissioners, what's the harm in, doing one more look?
But if we, let's ask this question, if we found one, what will you do?
Yeah, so this is.
I mean, we've issued an ORAD, which as I understand it is the document which defines the.
That's why we do it.
We didn't see anything.
I understand
in this area.
I'm trying to defend you.
I know.
Okay, so just be calm. For once, I'm on your side, all right? The issue is, having issued the ORAD, what would we do? And I don't think we can go back and unissue an ORAD. We've issued an
No,
ORAD.
we cannot issue an ORAD, but it could be a ongoing finding for our notice of intent.
It can be.
It's a new finding that has to be considered in making conditions placed on the property. That's
But
what we could do.
I think
I
you,
don't think we can do that.
I think you then
I
have
mean,
brought.
we couldn't use only the ORAD to make our evaluations on these notices of intent. We saw that ORAD and we used that as a starting place, and then we went out and did more field site visits,
Should have grabbed the application.
and we asked for trees to be counted, and we,
Oh, sure.
and we, you know,
Absolutely.
we asked for more
Right, right, right.
information, we asked for
But-
more
but
information, and then, so I guess I'm asking, what's the harm?
Because I don't think you can modify an ORAD once you've issued it.
I'm not proposing we do.
Well, then I don't, if you can't modify the ORAD, and this development, this NOI has been written with the ORAD in mind, and the development has been designed with the ORAD in mind, I believe.
Well, it's not even that, Bill. I think the question should be, who was here that voted on this ORAD, and what was the spirit of what they voted on? Was it the vernal pool and wetland line, or just the fact that it was the wetland line? And that to me is a better question to ask, because I think there's some people on the commission that think this only is the vernal pool, but some people on the commission think that an ORAD encompasses everything on the site.
I think, I'd like to do a site visit there. I sure hope I don't find a vernal pool within 100 feet of your wetland line. But it also would put the residents on Zachary Lane, at least give them some resolution on the situation here. So I'm not sure if we're obligated to do that, but I'm willing to do it.
So are you suggesting we look on all those properties for vernal pools?
No, just within 100, you know, just for any area that could be, where a buffer zone would be jurisdictional, would be an issue
That would just be the area that's north of the street.
Within 75 feet.
of the development. Cause
Yeah.
there's no point in looking beyond
25 feet.
where it might be.
So the area
Have an impact.
between the back slope of 92 and the stream,
Yeah, I think that's,
really mucking through
it's
there.
about 100 feet, you know,
Right.
maybe a little more.
But none of the residents here are claiming that there's a vernal pool in that area, although the vernal
Well,
pools that they're claiming
to the
are
south of
400 and
the
500
property.
feet away.
Well, none of them have been mapped.
None of them are maps, which is what we went by, but the claims that are
Yeah.
being made, we can tell just by the maps with our eyes and the ruler right here, that they're 400 and 500 feet away.
May I, Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
All right. You got three issues that I want to touch on. First, that Mr. Hecht has already discussed at some length, is that you have an ORAD issued. The ORAD identified the resource areas and set the boundary. The project has been designed to comply with all of your substantive standards based on that boundary. That's why you go through the ORAD process in the first place. So I think as a legal matter, the boundary of resource areas and the type of resource areas that we're within 100 feet of are not changing as a matter of law. Second point, even if you were to consider just the factual question, the issues that the neighbors have raised tonight, all I've heard from their comments is that someplace well to the south of this property and to the south and east of this property, there were vernal pools identified in the past. Those areas south of this property are well in excess of 200 feet from the location where work is proposed. So even if vernal pools were found, if we were to go out, go mucking across the other side of the stream and find them, it has no relevance for purposes of this permit. And so, while I'd say you're welcome to go ahead and walk the area and identify vernal pools for these folks, you're not welcome to do it as part of this permit hearing, because it's not relevant to this permit hearing.
I have a comment.
And then I guess the final point, and that's gotta be, the chair has asked if someone would make a motion seeking to continue the hearing to enable you to go out and look for possible vernal pools somewhere to the south of this property boundary. We're well past the 21 days from when the hearing commenced. You need the assent of the applicant to continue at this point. And I don't believe my client is inclined to grant permission for further continuance to go looking through the property to the south of the property line, looking for potential vernal pools.
Is that the case, Mr. Guliak? That you would not grant assent for
Well, I'll
us
have
to?
to make that decision when the board formally asking. Is there a
Yes.
motion before the board?
There hasn't been a motion.
You said you're
Okay.
entertaining one, nobody's made one.
I'll move to continue the hearing to give us time to do one site visit, and also look at the, you have the houses staked out there?
They were staked for your previous site visit.
Right, and
That was there was an error in the site visit
yeah,
information.
so, not that that's necessarily relevant.
You're welcome to go out and look at the house stakes anytime without
Okay.
continuing the hearing.
Right, yeah, thank you.
I don't see any point in going out and looking at anything south of the stream, because, like you said, it's well over 100 feet at that point.
Right, I don't either.
Yeah, so I mean, if we're only talking about north of the stream, that there might be a pool there that has some relevance, but south has no relevance.
Right, no, I agree with that.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second? Well, I can second it, because I'm on the commission, so I'll second it. All those in favor of continuing? All those opposed? Okay, the nays have it. We're not continuing.
3 is not a quorum, is not a,
So 3 is a majority of
Oh.
the quorum that you have tonight.
So we may have to by default continue it until we have a
No,
quorum, is that what
no.
Well, I mean,
You
is
have
it,
to-
doesn't
when
it
you're-
matter at this point become a
When
simple
you're
majority?
stuck with when you're stuck with an absence of a quorum on a vote that didn't pass, you can't pass a vote with 2 to 3. Okay?
So the matter has to be tabled.
No.
No, you can't continue.
It's a non-vote in a sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can't continue. You haven't got
Right.
a majority to
well,
enable you to
what's
continue.
gonna happen in practice, we're gonna make the motion to close the hearing, and it won't receive the requisite
Well,
number of
that's
numbers.
fine, but we
of
can't,
votes.
we can't predict
Yeah, I can't predict
the
that.
decision
The other,
of the commission at this point.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say
Mr.
One,
Finch?
one thing, that the commission in the past, when I was a member, has been, negligent or perhaps, I don't know, flip-flopping, whatever, not being a steady target for the applicants to hone in on, accused of changing the rules halfway through the game. And I don't wanna give that impression at all, I don't, I think that's it's bad policy, it's bad politics. And so whether, there was even if there is disagreement in what the ORAD means, I think it's clear to the majority of the people what it means, you and commission members, that it's not in anyone's best interest to relook at this, or rehash it. I'm still curious about the terrain out there, but I really doubt that we'd find anything substantial to affect development.
Let me try a motion to issue the order of conditions for DEP 2 270-0627.
I have a problem with that. I haven't had a chance to read it. I know we talked about planting plans and number of trees. I don't see that in
Well, the
there.
motion's on the table and it's seconded. I'm not gonna call for a vote until we've gone through the order.
Okay.
I think that's the next logical step, is going through the order for the roadway. I'd like to move forward so we do get some work accomplished tonight. Yeah.
And we still have 2 more to do.
Well, let's get to it.
We don't even have the other down.
Well, let's
We have
do
the
the one at-
subdivision roadway right now,
let's
which
do
is
the
what's
subdivision
before
roadway.
us.
Let's do that one first.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
as you go through this, how do you want me to weigh in with any questions that I may have?
Just to start off with, why don't you tell me, what page you have the first questions on? Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. I did want to make a comment earlier and was not allowed to speak. I'm very disappointed about that. even though-
Apologize for that.
But I would like to say that I think if you have a NORAD, whatever it is, and it was approved in January before there was any public comment, and there was no chance to raise the issue of a potential vernal pool, that and then you say, well, it's too late now because we already put the subdivision plans together, that just doesn't make any sense. And
The
I,
ORAD was noted,
it wasn't,
It was-
the purpose wasn't even to look at vernal pools, that wasn't even raised, and what about endangered species, that wasn't raised either. But, you know, I guess we'll never know now, will we, you know, anyway, thank you, those of
Okay,
you
thank
who
you
were
for bringing
willing
your
to
comments in and
take a walk of the site, you know, it's really quite a shame that you're going to lose that area.
Okay. So, which question?
My
what
first
page
question
do-
is on page 15.
Page 15. Okay,
you
well
folks
then,
wanna
I'm just
work
gonna
your way-
highlight,
Yeah.
I'm gonna highlight that, and we will try our best to get to page 15 soon. At this point, excuse me, just 1 second. Since you're the remaining public member here, do you have a question about the roadway section of this project? Do you know what I'm referring to?
I do, well, I do, we're concerned with, I'm sorry, Sue Stephanopoulos, 80 Sanborn. We are concerned, you mentioned earlier about the debris and all that construction debris. My husband and I were discussing when all that gets unearthed.
Yes.
What's gonna happen if you end up, what's the procedure, I guess? What if they encounter hazardous waste? What if they encounter asbestos? And also, actually, with the removal of the house too, I know that the house is gonna be knocked down also, and I know it's an older house. I just didn't know if there's a procedure, is there testing done, is there?
There are construction protocols that are required, I believe, by law.
Okay.
And there are sequences that have to be followed.
Is it a question for planning then? Is that
Well, we did
Well, they'll test the house for asbestos before it's taken down. There's a whole list, Al should tell you what, he's done these before, so there's a whole list of, departments they have to go through, getting all their inspections. So,
And
it will, if it's been deemed that that can be taken down, you're perfectly safe.
We'll be glad to talk with her offline to explain the procedures that will be followed as the site gets developed, the house gets taken down, and anything that's encountered below grade is separated and removed off for disposal. We'll talk with her about it.
If I remember correctly, we discussed 2 weeks ago that debris in the fill material, and that decisions were gonna be made in the field whether or not to take it out. Does that seem familiar to anybody else?
I wasn't here.
I believe we were gonna.
And I don't see any reference to that in this order of conditions. Is it in there?
No, because when you said that, I was surprised too, so, no, that's not in there.
We will,
Am I dreaming this, or didn't we talk,
Have to look at the minutes.
didn't we talk about going through and in the
I
field
think-
deciding whether or not to try and remove that and destabilizing the slope and?
Well, I think a couple of things have been said about that. First of all, excavation is gonna happen in areas where test pits have shown there is debris. Infiltration beds are going to be installed in areas where test pits have shown there is debris. And so a certain amount of that debris, I believe, Mr. Couillard, my memory serves me that you have said, we will take out what we need to take out.
Almost all of that fill is gonna end up being removed. Probably 90% of it is gonna end up being removed for the infiltration system and the 2 foundations.
To construct
The
what
question that
you've
you were
proposed to
talking about,
construct.
Jamie, was, and Chuck and I did this on Bethune as well, there were some areas that were beyond the 25-foot no disturb.
Right.
That when the time was right, we reviewed it and we looked at it and we got in there, we cleaned it up, we made it right and we got out of there. And it was just something that
Right.
Chuck and I did, and that's what I thought we decided we would do for this one,
Right.
is just, when the time
When
comes,
it's on
just
there.
how much to pluck out, how much to leave in. You know,
Right.
Chuck will stand there, I'll have a backhoe there, and we'll decide, are we making this worse, are we making it better?
Yeah, that was my,
What can we do to clean up this slope?
that was my recollection. I think that should be in the.
He only
order of
agrees
conditions.
to remove debris from
From the slope,
the slope and the wetlands.
Exposed slope.
in concert with the
In
administrator,
concert with, right, during the,
prior to,
during the construction.
Yeah, during the
Right.
construction period, I don't think it should
During
be prior, it's gotta be the right time.
during.
yeah,
Right.
during construction. So you can discuss safety matters with, the
Yeah.
applicant.
Glad to.
Okay, okay. Okay, have members, at this point, have the members of the commission had an opportunity to read the first page or two?
Yes.
Um, Chuck, are the findings, are all these findings from the ORAD? I'm just curious. Not necessarily.
No, there
No,
is,
no,
there's
okay,
no findings
all right,
from the
all
ORAD.
right. I'm just gonna
Although
take,
it identifies the ORAD as being,
Adopted.
yeah.
okay, I'm just going to read through
What page are you on?
13.
I have a question on page 12. So this order of conditions is only for the roadway?
That's right.
So in number 1, the site consists of 1 parcels that should be singular of land, 3.291 acres. The roadway's not 3.291 acres.
Well,
And it presently doesn't contain the house.
well, it's the existing house and the roadway, that, is that what this
So the
order
first part of the findings describes the site before the construction, so that's what I did, I described the site.
But the site, I think you have
Oh.
a different definition than what this order of conditions is addressing. I think you're talking, we use the term site to really describe
Well,
a
the
larger
site-
area.
The order of conditions, the site actually hasn't been subdivided yet, and the roadway's not in, and any of that hasn't happened. But
We need,
in the
in
future,
the
it would be-
findings, number 1, to specify what area this order of conditions applies to. Maybe it's in there, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
That's
How
actually,
about
isn't that right on the
number-
first
Three?
page of the
Right on the
forms?
first page.
How about three?
Bravo 3.
Removing that application. Wait, which? So it's, Jamie, I think that.
3 covers it, I think.
that's- it's, first page, paragraph 5, project location. It's the subdivision.
Paragraph.
First page, for the form. Paragraph 5.
Well, I was gonna say in the findings section, it would be
Subdivision roadway.
bullet 3.
Yeah, because what Jamie, he describes as the total site, and bullet 3 describes the fact that there are 3 notices of intent, and this one is specifically for the subdivision roadway, as a piece of the total site.
Yeah, okay.
Number 3 on page 15?
13.
13. Page 13.
Yeah, so number 3, it's just this short one here.
Is there a septic system currently on this
Yeah.
property? Okay. So maybe we can modify section 5, bullet 5.
Oh,
It's well outside of the resource area, and it's been located, identified, and that's part of the demolition process is Board of Health witnessing the
Okay.
removal of the septic system.
I guess it doesn't need to be in this order then.
No,
I
it's
guess
outside the resource.
Could be finding, but doesn't pertain.
Is there anything in here on the number of trees in the planting plan?
We have to add that.
But that needs to be in. Actually, Chuck, as I looked through this, special conditions, again, I haven't read the whole thing. I don't see anything that is specific to this development. It all seems to be general.
well, like,
For example, number, just as an example, 31E, underground infiltration system.
Jamie, I'd like you to hang on to that until we catch up, because I'm still reading through the findings, and I haven't asked the applicant's representation about their question on page 15. So at this point, I'd like to kind of control the questions to have them be up through page 15. Is that doable for everybody? Okay.
Is page 15 still finding?
No, it's the beginning of special conditions. Chuck, just quick question on item 8. The applicant proposes a number of stormwater management improvements, but at present there are no treatment devices. And most of the site runoff is directed to the bordered vegetated wetlands. That's just describing current conditions.
Yep.
Okay.
What number is that?
Proposed,
Number
that's
8.
8, proposed.
Page 14.
But at present there are no okay, sorry. Large storms. Proposed storm should result in increase site recharge. Right. Is there anything in particular, Chuck, you would want us to highlight before we get to page 15?
No,
Okay.
it's,
Okay.
I really feel that I've done what I can.
Okay.
And it, now your input would be appreciated.
Okay.
So,
Okay, well then let's get to your question, Sarah, on page 15.
I had questions about paragraphs 4 and 5
Okay,
on
what's your
page
question?
15. Each one calls for submittal of something. Paragraph 4 is submittal of a detailed construction sequence and
Mhm.
methodology plan.
Mhm.
And then paragraph 5 is submittal of a revised site plan reflecting additions or details, but
Mhm.
it's submittal for approval. And that's somewhat unusual in my experience, is submittal for approval by whom, during what time period. Paragraph 4, I think actually Chuck has done a really nice job of detailing what the construction sequence is supposed to have. I'd like to see this just say it's to submit a detailed construction sequence and methodology plan to the commission, period. And the plan shall address all aspects. So we have to submit this construction sequence plan to the Conservation Commission that has all this detail.
I think the essence of those is to, ensure that we become a partner in review of that construction sequence and to increase the communication of that construction sequence so that if we see something that looks like it's gonna be a flag to maybe a slight modification, in the large footprint, you know, if something comes up, we would rather work it out ahead of time than ask you to dig something up and move it, or, you know, or.
The plans are being approved, so nothing is gonna get constructed that's different from what's shown on the plan. So what you're asking for is a sequence and methodology plan that identifies how you're going to remove the hazardous materials, abandon existing drainage systems and utilities, et cetera. So it's the sequencing of how you're gonna accomplish what's on the plan. I'm puzzled at what submittal of this for approval means. Do we have a public hearing about it? Is there a deadline for considering it? My sense is, and welcome. I mean, Al has been here before, he's worked with you folks. There's always a back and forth, there's communication. If you submit the construction sequencing plan and Chuck has some question or concern about it, he is free to communicate that with Al or with Leah Basbane, and it can get tweaked. But to have
I
it-
can't remember voting to approve this sequencing plan. Could have forgotten it.
It just seems unusual.
How this has played out
Yeah.
is not a formal vote per se unless the change is substantially different from what was proposed. In practice, that's how it has happened. And it is, you know, we don't like to be surprised with changes just the way, you know, anybody else wouldn't like to be surprised when they agree to something up front and we put these conditions together.
But this isn't talking about changes. It's
No,
talking about
No, it's not.
sequencing
No, it's
plan.
not. But it's also a certain amount of heads up notice of what's coming.
But
Instead of, because very commonly, people receive these and then Chuck is never notified that things are
Receive what?
you know, we will go through this process and we will all sign and you will receive the copy. And then, Chuck, kind of more often than not, Chuck will get the call a day after that something is happening. You know, hey, we're starting this afternoon. You
Right.
know, and so to set up
I understand. I don't have a problem with it saying at least 21 days prior to construction, the applicant has to submit the detailed construction sequence plan.
Your objection
I'm
is
just,
is the for
I'm just
approval.
worried about the phrase for
approval.
approval, because
My sense is that we have not, we have looked at construction sequences, we've asked for changes, but we've not formally approved them. Okay, I believe the words for approval, I certainly would be comfortable taking them out. And as to why 5 is there simply because should you engage in a substantially different, for whatever reason, if you discover 2 landmines on the property, okay, not likely, but who knows? Camp Curtis, God knows what they do. Or you discover, you know, ledge in an area,
They're gonna move a location.
Okay, I was looking at this as if you were expecting a revised plan that somehow reflects conditions that are included here. That you're talking about paragraph 5 is.
Yeah, paragraph 5
in
is
case-
if there is a
in case
substantive
In
change.
case the plan actually
Has
changes.
to be
Yeah,
substantive.
absolutely, then that
Yeah.
needs to be with your approval.
And my sense is the word for approval in item 4 doesn't make any sense, and I don't remember, I remember we've gone back and forth, not just with Al, but with a lot of people about revising construction sequences because conditions or, the excavator comes in and proposes something and, we say, can't you do it this way, et
Right.
cetera. But I think I would have no trouble taking the words for approval out of 4 and leaving 5 in. But that's me.
And that would be acceptable.
Yeah. That's fine.
What,
Any other questions on page 15?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
number 7, we should strike the word approved on the last line.
Oh, you're right.
right. With the construction sequence.
Yeah.
Take
You
the
can
words.
substitute submitted construction sequence and methodology plans instead of approved.
Or the construction sequence. We don't even have to put a word in, we'll just say.
And I would like to put into, well, let's talk about it, but I'm interested in putting into bullet 8, not just 72 hours prior to scheduled date. Notifications whatever notifications have to happen to Chuck have to be, at least, 1 or 2 of his working days, because they're off Friday, they've,
Well,
the
that's why
hours are.
72 hours. If you think about 72 hours.
So he would be notified Thursday for something happening Monday.
72 hours is 3 days, the last time I did the math. Okay, and since since he's working 4 and off 3, 72 hours would be notification. They'd have to notify him on Thursday if something happened on Monday.
Well, actually, Chuck, you work on Friday, don't you?
Well,
I do
Not
work,
officially.
it's not,
He doesn't have office
it's very
hours.
unofficial, so usually on meeting nights, I accumulate enough hours not to have to work on Fridays. So next week I would probably have to work a couple of hours. So
but the point is, 72 hours gives you 3 days.
Should be enough.
Well,
Which
really,
should be,
you can notify it at 8 o'clock Friday morning for Monday,
right, well,
so.
Unless it was a
push
holiday
that one.
weekend.
Yeah, and then there's 96 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
my
I
sense
just
is.
don't want things
Too busy.
to be passed by him because of his restricted schedule.
Typically,
Do you know what I
things
mean?
happen exactly like Anika's talking about right now. And, we can't, people come in and they say, I need this right away. I need you to go out and check out the site, or I can't wait, everyone else has signed off, well, you need to sign this right now, I brought it down to town hall, so. I like timeframes, I like going through the order and seeing 72 hours, and I wasn't notified. There's a little you can do if something happens, but still it's in there.
I think 72 hours is essentially 3 days' notice. And yes, it is conceivable to be that runs the risk of having somebody noticed at 8 o'clock on Friday morning and wants to begin to work at 8 o'clock on Monday. But Al knows the town hall is closed on Friday. I know he knows that because he has called me when I was chairman of the commission several times over the weekend.
So, well, then how about this? How about we put in between notified and 72, we put in the words no fewer than.
That's actually a good edit.
Sure.
Otherwise, to follow the letter of the rule, we'd have to call it exactly.
Yeah.
So between
That's
notified
fine.
and
That's
72,
good.
no fewer than. Okay.
You could just say
I
3
just-
working days, though.
Well,
But
but
then
we
we
don't have, what's a working day?
Listen, I'll make sure Chuck knows before I stop.
Okay, no fewer than, but.
Yeah.
Hey, for number 9, we usually don't ask for an approved environmental site monitor unless we're doing work within 35 feet. Was this intentional, or was
I
this
intentionally
left
left
over?
that in to allow you guys to discuss it and see if you wanted it or not.
No, it seems to me we ought to say 35 feet.
Where are we adding the 35 feet?
In
Well,
lieu of the 100-foot.
Well, there's no work within the 35 feet, so
There's.
No, you're asking whether we
There is
need
work.
a construction monitor or not? That's what
Yeah.
you're asking.
There is work within the 35 feet, there's a fall being constructed.
I didn't realize we
So-
picked an area. I thought the use of a construction monitor was help watch these sites that are big
Yeah, but this
with
is-
my hours.
This is 3 houses, it's unusual. I mean, we have a monitor on,
Austin Prep.
we have one on Austin Prep, we have
Makes
one on
sense.
Eric's Greenhouse,
Yeah.
we had one on Home Depot. We didn't have one in high school, but we should have.
Yeah.
I mean, for a 3-house development, it would be unusual, unless they are doing wetlands reconstruction or work within the bordering vegetation zone. I mean, that's,
We also didn't have one on Bethune.
did have one there. I mean, I just, pointing out, that's unusual.
I would be
I
happy
would,
to
I
strike
would
it.
suggest we strike them
You
now.
want to leave in the work
What's-
that impacts the wetlands, leave that in.
What?
All work that directly impacts the wetlands, because if they're gonna be moving all that fill, that would really negate.
You're not gonna remove.
But we're not gonna ask
Yeah.
for an environmental monitor. I mean, that's the issue. I just don't think that's appropriate.
So,
And just to address
So instead of-
Terry's comment, the only work that would be done on that slope would be with Chuck there,
Yeah.
moving it and directing.
I think we take 9 out.
What's the sense of the rest of the commission? Any objections?
I have to say that was my sense too. I left it in there because, and it'll probably be in all of them.
Yeah, we don't
You
need,
guys
We'll just
have
have
the
to take 'em
ability
out.
to take them out. I just think it's good for you guys to
Yeah.
see if you want. I didn't realize you had a 35-foot
Well,
rule. I don't know how I missed that.
I would think, I would suggest that unless during the discussion of the notice of intent, unless we ask for an environmental monitor, we don't put it in the draft order of conditions.
Right.
yeah, I guess that'd be okay.
Think of all the electrons.
Or we can consider it boilerplate and, you know,
I'm suggesting we don't. I mean, we have somebody's has deck, and we're gonna require an environmental monitor. If somebody misses it, I mean, nobody else caught
well,
this. I was the only one that
there
caught
is some
this.
oversight over it, so I don't think the deck on a house would do that, and maybe not even planting a.
Well, let's, again, I would suggest we leave them out unless we call for one during the discussion of the notice of intent.
okay. All right, so we will strike 9.
Strike 9.
We'll strike 9.
The comment, I'm not sure, but
Or should be in 364 Lowell, if they were doing it.
And in site 10, then you need to strike the environmental site monitor.
yeah, there's, and then I think it's somewhere else also. 3 spots that
You could
it's
do
at.
Global.
It says to notify, and then somewhere it says, and the environmental, I don't know where it is, but I'll find all 3 spots.
Okay, and then on page 16, we're talking about setting up erosion control.
We're not striking 10, hold on, guys, we're not striking 10.
No, we're not striking
We're just
10.
taking out the
Environmental
environmental
site
monitor.
monitors.
And 10 now becomes 9.
Under number 14, unless somebody has one before that, we say, any stormwater control structures shall be constructed prior to paving or roofing the impervious areas that discharge to them.
We could strike roofing, but.
Is that true? I mean, do we have stormwater control structures?
Well, he's got the drip trench, and you would, so I thought about that when I was kind of reviewing it, if you would probably want the drip trench installed before you have the roof on.
But
I mean, that's really his only, the rest of it is the infiltration chamber, it's not impervious.
But we're not in constructing infiltration chamber
Before you construct the roadway, you sure should.
Yeah.
yeah. And we say vegetated stormwater control structures, do we have any?
I don't know, any swales?
If we don't have any, I'd like to strike that.
yeah, I don't think we have any.
Strike it, there's none.
There's not, I mean,
Exactly.
it's just, sometimes I just leave these things in because it's a catch-all, I mean,
We have
I'm not
infiltration basins.
site specific.
Yeah, well,
I guess-
I'd like to make it more site specific, because we have to enforce
I'm
these things.
understanding that, you know, I'll remember some of this stuff for
And
next
then we
time.
say that the applicant shall provide temporary stormwater management structures as needed. I mean, do they need them? If so,
Well-
we should specify. If they don't need them, we should take this out.
Well, during road construction,
You know, don't micromanage this thing. Let's say something happens and then you know, the applicant will say, what gives you the right to make me put in some, check dams?
Well, who's gonna say as needed?
Chuck.
The commission, me.
Chuck or the site manager. I kind of viewed that one as, while you're under construction, you have a heavy rainstorm and you realize you've got too much flow going in one direction, you'd go out and put in additional barriers or something, just as a temporary measure to manage the sediment, so it's, you've got the freedom to add what you need, make some judgments on the site.
So if there's a rainstorm during construction, a bunch of sediment goes in the wetlands, we would say they were in violation of this clause?
What was that?
If we get a big rainstorm during construction, a bunch of sediment goes into the wetlands.
My first call that morning is DEP. So you're right, that is a violation. They should have been on top of their erosion control, that is definitely a violation. And it's an ongoing violation, each day.
Never happens in my watch.
bicycle control.
Jamie, is this item 14
Um,
you're still discussing?
Are we taking out the first sentence in 14?
No, second.
the second one.
Second.
Vegetated stormwater,
Oh,
that comes out.
okay. We can, I don't have any issue with taking out the second sentence in 14.
I have that, yeah.
Okay. Item 15? Any comments, questions, issues? No?
No.
Okay. Item 16?
If I remember correctly, the plans just show footprints and don't specify foundations.
Is that still true?
Yes. You just build envelopes.
Right.
My understanding is what's shown on the plan is a maximum size,
Mhm.
nearest,
Without having
closest
to-
location,
Without having to come back and see you guys.
not to get, so the footprints are not to get any larger or any closer to the resource area.
Right, and I don't
that
think
size
we-
are smaller.
Pardon me?
The foundations are, that size are smaller than the footprint.
Okay. Can,
And they don't move.
Chuck, is there a
So
way to
how-
put
how-
that in?
I don't think we have foundation elevations either on them.
No, we don't.
I don't mind, I mean, foundation elevations, I'm not sure, somebody would have to convince me of why we need
Yeah,
that.
I never
Oh,
understood
okay,
that
so-
either.
Make sure they're above the groundwater table, but we
That-
don't have them.
That's,
That helps, but we don't have them to start with, so.
Right, so we
So,
shouldn't, they can't be in conformance with something we don't have.
Okay, so would this be a good place to put in some language about the footprints and the deck locations? I'm gonna say yes.
It doesn't capture the foundations for
No.
all structures shall be located in conformance with the plans. The plan shows a construction envelope and they need to be inside of that.
I think we
And
should
they
say
need to
all
be-
structures should be within the envelope or footprint shown in the plan.
Other than decks.
Located, shall be located inside the construction envelope as depicted on the plan.
Right, and no closer to the resource area than depicted on the plan.
But including decks though? 'Cause
Including deck.
So are we just saying all structures and we take out foundations?
Yeah, we take that.
Just take out foundations.
And
one
that's what
That's
Mr.
all.
Couillard said during the application
just-
process.
If I may not have heard the new language that you just proposed completely, but it sounded like you were saying all structures have to be within the building envelope shown for the foundations. And that's not accurate as to decks. The decks are shown outside the foundation.
But don't you show an envelope or a footprint that includes decks and everything?
No, we
We
show.
do have a
we show-
proposed deck
we
with
show the
stairs.
We show the proposed foundation envelope, but then the deck is outside the.
Right.
But it's shown on the plan.
It is.
Right.
Okay, so within the entire, development envelope or shown on the plan.
Mhm.
And I just want to have that, I'm interested in adding this language where it says, and no closer to the resource area than what is shown on the plan.
Yeah, those
We
dimensions.
Does that include the
redundant,
decks?
but it's not
Yes.
inconsistent.
That what
Should
we
we
have on
write
these
that
plans are the
includes the decks?
closest they can
Yes.
go.
Yeah.
And it's,
So all structures including decks shall be located in conformance.
What shall be within,
maybe try to.
they don't have to build it to the
Right,
extreme limit.
right.
It has to be within, it could be no larger.
Chuck, would you mind repeating that back so
I-
that?
I was working on something else. So
Okay.
You guys. Foundations for all structures
No,
shall
take
be.
that word foundation first.
And 4. So is it
Just
all
strike that
structures-
first
Is
sentence.
it all structures including decks
Sure.
shall be located within?
Within the development envelope shown on the plan. Period.
No.
And then,
Let me,
and as-built plan,
my trees over here.
start with that next sentence.
Wait a minute. All structures, including decks, will be placed within the envelope depicted on the plans.
And no closer to resource areas than shown on the plan.
Yep, and,
So can I, just to be clear before you finalize that?
well,
Like,
can you let us finish the sentence so we
Okay.
definitely have it down and then
Yeah.
then we'll
Then
talk
we'll
about it?
change it.
Um, So,
I'm gonna read what I have.
go ahead.
All structures, including the decks, shall be located within the development envelope and in conformance with the plans, and no closer to the resource area than what is shown on the plans. Again, I see wordsmith that. All structures are included, so we have a couple repeat
Okay,
words in there, but the gist is
yeah,
Read the first part of that sentence again, Chuck.
all structures, including decks, shall be located within the development envelope within the plans.
Do we
Within-
need to-
Within,
Within the development envelope shown on the plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to add including
shown
stairs.
on the plans.
What we say.
And no closer to the resource area than,
Indicated.
and indicated on the plans. This next part, an as-built plan, prepared by a civil engineer at this point where we're doing foundations. Is that something you guys wanna leave in?
Yeah, strike
I'm
this,
getting that if it's,
in that sentence that begins with an as-built plan, at the end of that sentence, strike on said foundations.
We will reread this paragraph when we're done. So it sounds like we should strike.
I'm very puzzled by that last sentence.
The last sentence or the next last?
No, the one that you just struck the words on said foundation.
Well, since we're not talking about foundation elevations because they were never provided with the original proposed drawings.
That's not the issue. It's calling for an as-built plan shall be submitted to the commission prior to construction of the structure. You can't provide the as-built before you build it.
Good point.
well, you can give an as-built of the foundation, making sure that it's no closer to the wetlands than what was.
That's not what,
Well, you could say that, but this doesn't say that.
that's right.
Let me put it in
I think
first,
I
and
think
then I'll
that's
as-built.
for running.
Well, the whole idea is, do you want that as-built at that point or not? I mean, cause you can always just go out and measure off one of the wetland flags and make sure it's no closer. And these guys can survey in, the foundations.
The point at which we're talking in the construction sequence is where? I'm a little vague, like, once the foundations are finished?
Yeah,
This is the point at which the site's developed
they
and the
need to
foundations are
prove
finished?
that they're in the right spot, because it's a lot more expensive to remove the house than remove the foundation.
Yeah, but it can't be done prior to construction. I mean,
How about-
it's not an as-built if it's prior to construction.
Well, it's an as-built for the foundation.
For the
A
foundation.
foundation as-built.
Okay,
or
that
something. I
part-
don't know.
that
What
part
if,
makes
what if,
sense.
what if?
This
we
is,
just-
this is some,
what if
this
we-
is not my thing, this
Yeah,
is,
no, I
this is
understand.
original
I
Reading
understand.
boilerplate,
Okay.
okay?
Foundation as-built.
What if we say,
Oh, Chuck is saying prior to starting to the physical, the wooden structure on
Yeah.
top of the
The
foundation.
superstructure.
right,
Yeah.
Okay, I
Oh,
How
okay, well,
about-
let's say
how
You got
about-
it, Jamie? Yeah. He's saying before I start to frame a house, he wants to
Right.
make sure it's in the right spot, which is
Right.
fine. Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's fine.
So does it read that?
No.
No, it doesn't
No,
make
Okay.
it doesn't read that.
And as
how about
we'll
this,
take
how about
superstructure.
prior to framing above the foundation?
Why don't we say that as built the foundation? That's all.
An as-built of foundation,
Immediately after the foundation being installed, an as-built will be provided to the Conservation Commission.
or other evidence
An as-bilt's fine.
proving
I got
that
an as-built.
the
in-
location
No, no,
is
no,
the
no,
correct
no, no,
distance.
no,
Don't
No?
go
Alright.
there.
No.
Alright,
An
alright.
as-built,
An
do
as-built-
it.
Alright, we'll do it.
As-bilt's fine, I gotta do it
Yeah.
anyway. That's-
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, you have to send that to the building department.
Not really, but I have to do it at some point, just as soon you get it out of the way, just to make sure I'm in the right spot, that's fine.
Alright, so an as-built for the foundation after the foundation for lots 2 and 3 are installed.
That's fine.
I wanna add, that's pretty simple, but
Okay. You wanna put in there the intent?
No,
No,
Okay, alright.
it's clear.
pretty strange house if the structure wasn't built on top of the foundation.
I'll add
I get extra for that.
certified
Yeah,
plot
right.
plans are
Right.
acceptable, I'll add the,
think
you know,
it'll
the civil
construction
engineer
function
part,
can't leave it
the
alone.
blah, blah,
Okay.
blah, certified plot plan. I'll take out the first part, since,
Okay.
I mean, to me, that's one of those things that,
Okay, so I think we've worked on number 16 for a while. Shall we, so any problems with 17? It's unforeseen problems, you come talk to us.
Do I have to?
Yeah. Come on, we love seeing.
Especially if
We
you
gotta
find
come back.
landmines down there.
Right. Unusual car parts or whatever. 18 departures. Okay, no, any other issues on page 17?
It's
Go back.
18, for
Okay,
what it's
sorry.
worth, is kind of a duplication of one of DEP's forms, general conditions. So you're
Okay.
right.
I don't mind redundancy.
so you're used to it?
Yeah, it
So,
is what it is.
It's fine.
Okay.
Number 19 is duplicative of number 14, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's similar anyway.
No. It's a different, 19 talks specifically about erosion control. Okay. That vertical, so 20, we talk about steep slopes, I think that's okay.
Yeah, there'd have to be a plan change to go steeper than that. And
Yeah.
there's nothing on the plan that's that steep.
Right.
Nothing steeper than 3 to 1?
Okay, any problems with 21? That's, that they have to establish loam and seed and stabilize the ground. I don't know, I don't think you're gonna be doing dewatering.
There is a dewatering site on the plans.
Is there?
Yep,
This is one of those
Okay.
just in case.
Okay,
not likely, but there has been.
just in case. Okay,
Hopefully it's more than 100 feet away.
you got plenty of space on the property, so moving the all stockpiled materials 100 feet shouldn't be much of a logistical challenge. Any problems with 24 or 23?
Any requirements on the amount of topsoil being left? Usually get into
No,
that,
it's
but
just generally
usually
stated.
end up with 2 inches lawns that don't grow. Not enough organic material.
What do you, are you rolling out your lawns or hydro seeding?
Hydro seed.
I think it's in Al's interest to,
We usually ask for 6 inches.
I think at 26, that's the other environmental site monitor.
Yeah.
Take out.
Yeah, let's take that out of 26, the and environmental site monitor. Okay.
do we want to add 6 inches of loam to 24? Is that where it was? 23.
Well, 23.
Yeah.
As I recall, we've often asked for that.
You've asked for 6 inches of loam. Is that already in the construction sequence? Or in the, okay. Yeah, I don't think your plans went to that level of detail in your application. Do you have any objection to 6 inches of loam? Okay, why don't we just throw it in?
So 6 inches of topsoil?
Yeah,
Does that existing house have an underground storage tank? Or do you know?
Just cesspool.
But no, I think this
No.
means for
Which number?
heating oil, number 26.
No, there's nothing underground that we know of. I was kind of reading 26 just in case you happen to find one
Right,
that
right.
nobody knew about.
Right,
Particularly in that
that's,
fill area, you
we,
don't know what you're
we,
gonna find.
we
Yeah.
particularly put those in because one never knows.
yeah.
That's right, I don't have a problem.
Unlikely, low probability,
That's fine.
but
But usually if we know one's there, we have some specific requirements.
right.
This
But
one says
obviously if we
we
don't
don't
know it's there,
know.
we can't.
That's a specific reference to the hazardous waste regulations. Is there, should we put in there a reference to the solid waste regulations?
Blue says, and other potential sources of hazardous waste.
But it adds both. It says potential sources and other potential sources. I don't think we have to
Because in fact, there's a huge set of regulations if he discovers hazardous
Okay.
waste.
Yeah,
Okay.
you already, in paragraph 24, you already deal with refuse and
Right.
debris has to be contained in a dumpster and disposed of properly and properly. So,
That's construction refuse and debris.
yeah, so I was.
But construction
Your
refuse and
excavator.
Could be what they excavate
What they
from the
excavate.
side of the
Yeah.
slope. Oh, it's
Legal.
27, I think, is standard. 28.
So whoever buys lot 1 is responsible for the roadway, is that right?
No, the roadways,
The roadway's going to the town.
Roadway
Yeah.
ultimately will go to the town.
but in the meantime, it's Al's problem until the town accepts it.
Yeah,
Okay. Any other questions on page 18?
Let me see, they're infiltration basins, right?
Yep,
Is the
Stormwater.
town gonna own those?
yep.
I heard from George, he has no problem taking on the responsibility of cleaning out that infiltration system. Yet, he will never do it. So,
Did he tell you that?
he said that, he said,
He said
yeah,
that.
he goes, I have absolutely no problem with telling you I'm gonna take care of that, but it'll never be cleaned up.
Because we know that's the town's standard practice. I mean,
But the thing is, we have a stormwater, enterprise fund.
I understand that, but the town hasn't chosen to ever use any of the enterprise funds money for such a purpose.
The only thing that's gonna help us on this is the MS4 permit, which the Conservation Office isn't a part of rewriting ever. And to put that in as some sort of benchmark to, and, you know, that would be great, and then they would have to qualify that every 4 years or 2 years or whatever it is, but thinking about that and the fact that it's not going to be maintained by the town, and then we have other provisions in here to ask after the first couple of storms, we get some data back from the applicant, and it's likely that the town accepts the road within the first year, so we have less than an entire year knowing what's gonna happen here, whether they're working right or not, and the town's kinda saying, we're not gonna pay attention afterwards anyways. There might be a possibility for an ongoing condition that asks for a certain amount of data from the applicant, like at least a year and a half, or something like that.
To make sure the start of it is covered.
Yeah,
before
we've
the
made
town
one
completely
season,
ignores it.
something to that effect.
Can I, put some input here? Chuck, you're a little off on, what happened on Bethune is I have to complete the road. As-built, grading, trees, top coat, asphalt, complete everything to engineering satisfaction, and then I'm on a 12-month waiting period to have my bond reduced.
It takes a year.
Well, I'm just telling you what
It
George
takes a
told me.
complete full year.
It takes a complete
Yeah.
full year, number one, and number two, the town cannot accept the road until town meeting votes on it. Okay? I mean,
Speaking of
Sent to
which,
the town,
what,
that's
what,
still
no, no,
just
but-
a year.
Pardon?
That could still just be a year, right?
No,
what this,
no, because we only meet essentially twice a year. It's almost impossible to get a road. There's a year bond reduction period that engineering holds them to, and they never present an accepted road until that year is well out. I mean, I'm just telling you, 11 years of town meeting, you know, a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old road
That's not how
before
it
they.
works.
the other thing this commission could do is present a warrant for a town meeting, mandating that the enterprise fund be used to clean up, to maintain such stormwater devices as part of all development. And then George would have to, or somebody would have
Well,
to.
again,
assuming it passed.
Assuming it's passed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that the commission ought to tackle.
And when the commission, I believe, prepares, a warrant, it has to, it has to go on the,
If the commission prepares a warrant,
it has
it has to be voted.
Selectmen
It has to,
can't-
selectmen
remove
can't
it.
say, no, that's not a good idea.
Maybe for future.
So
When-
during the.
When we finish a, meeting before midnight sometime.
So during the project, the system's not gonna be online and probably till the end, right? Till the
No,
end.
we, we did the detention pond, we'll do that first, and then we'll, have it operating with silt socks and preventive measures to make sure it doesn't fill up.
Right, but you're not gonna be using your, storm drains until the very end.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so it won't be online, and so that,
But the very,
don't count any time during construction, you know?
construction will only be about 4 months.
Okay.
Where are we?
I'm on page 20, but,
On page 19,
We haven't talked
number
about it.
31.
okay.
We say, begin with the construction of each stormwater management system and continuing in perpetuity.
Right.
The owners of the site.
That's right. The owners will become the town.
Right.
Where are the infiltration systems? Are they under the road or are they on somebody's property?
It's an easement.
Not an easement. They're on an easement, so the owner becomes the town, including the easement.
The owner of the site,
That is subject to confusion.
it is. I mean, the property owner could read this, say, man, I gotta maintain that thing.
Instead
don't
of
we
the
say-
site, you wanna say subdivision roadway and associated drainage structures?
I like you say until acceptance by the town.
Right, because the roadways, the town's taking over.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, until the roadway is accepted.
But then we need to say at which time